Hello everyone. Welcome to Midnight Story Channel. I'm here to help you today. I know many of you listen to these stories to help you drift off to sleep, and I'm honored to be part of your journey. Before we begin, don't forget to like this video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching now? Take a deep breath, get comfortable, and allow yourself to relax. Your story is about to begin. Story 1. I never imagined my deep-seated passion for antique gowns would plunge me into such an unholy nightmare. But as I sit here now, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs, convinced he's watching my every move, I grasped the sheer naivete of believing I could simply offload a few cherished pieces and walk away scot-free. It all began so innocently. For years, I, Eleanor Vance, had been a fervent collector of vintage dresses, meticulously scouring dusty antique shops and sprawling estate sales for hidden treasures. My walk-in closet was a vibrant tapestry of shimmering silks, rustling taffetas, and delicate lace, each garment whispering tales of forgotten eras and charming histories. But life, as it so often does, abruptly shifted my priorities. A brutal divorce, a mountain of relentless bills, and an urgent craving for a fresh start compelled me to make the gut-wrenching decision to part with my beloved collection. I posted an advertisement online, showcasing some of my most exquisite finds. The response was instantaneous. A man named Silas Thorne messaged me, expressing an almost unsettling eagerness to acquire the entire collection. His fervent enthusiasm mirrored my own, and we swiftly arranged for him to inspect the dresses in person. When Silas arrived at my downtown loft, he appeared utterly unremarkable. Clean-cut, in his early 30s, with an easy, disarming smile and a discerning eye for fashion, he seemed perfectly normal. He meticulously examined each dress with an almost reverent awe, inquiring about their intricate histories and showering compliments on my impeccable taste. For a fleeting moment, I felt a genuine connection. Here, I thought, was someone who truly understood my consuming passion. We chatted casually as he perused the collection, and I found myself unexpectedly opening up about my recent divorce and my ambitious plans for a new beginning. Silas was remarkably sympathetic, even offering unexpected words of encouragement. By the time he departed, several exquisite dresses carefully packed away, I felt a profound sense of lightness, as if I had not only secured a significant sale but also forged a genuine friendship. The comforting feeling, however, was tragically short-lived. Just a few days later, I began to notice Silas in my neighborhood. At first, I dismissed it as a mere coincidence. Our city wasn't that sprawling, after all. But then, his presence became alarmingly frequent, at the bustling market, the quaint coffee shop, even lingering suspiciously outside my workplace. Each time, he offered that same easy, unsettling smile. Yet, something profound had shifted in his eyes. They were colder, far more calculating, sending a shiver of dread down my spine. I desperately tried to brush it off, but the persistent, gnawing feeling in my gut refused to subside. One chilling evening, as I exited my office building, I found Silas standing directly across the street, his piercing gaze fixed on me. He didn't approach, didn't utter a single word, he simply stood there, watching. My hands trembled uncontrollably as I fumbled with my car keys, and I drove home with my heart lodged firmly in my throat. That night, a soft, almost imperceptible knock echoed on my apartment door. Through the peephole, I saw Silas standing there, his expression eerily calm. his eyes unsettlingly placid. I recoiled, backing away, not daring to draw a single breath. He knocked again, louder this time, each rap reverberating through the silent apartment like a hammer blow. I remained frozen, a statue of terror, praying he would finally leave. After what felt like an eternity of agonizing suspense, he did. Sleep utterly eluded me that night. Every creak of the old building, every distant wail of a siren, had me bolting upright, my mind consumed by the terrifying thought that he had somehow returned. When morning finally, mercifully, arrived, I called in sick to work. I simply couldn't bear the thought of leaving my apartment, of the terrifying possibility of encountering him again. As the day wore on, my paralyzing fear slowly began to curdle into a seething anger. Who did he think he was? I decided to confront him, to unequivocally tell him to leave me alone, or I would immediately contact the authorities. But as I reached for my phone, my fingers fumbling to locate his number, my blood ran absolutely cold. There, resting innocently on my coffee table, lay one of my vintage dresses. A dress I had undeniably sold to Silas. My hands trembled violently as I picked it up, my mind a chaotic whirlwind of frantic questions. How did it get here? I was absolutely certain I had meticulously locked my door. I rushed to check. It was still securely locked. Panic surged, a suffocating wave rising in my throat, as I frantically searched my apartment, desperately seeking any sign of intrusion. Everything appeared to be perfectly in order, save for that single, horrifying dress. I called the police, my voice a barely coherent tremor as I desperately explained the unbelievable situation. They took my statement, but seemed disconcertingly unconcerned. Without clear, undeniable evidence of a forced break-in, there was little they could immediately do. They advised me, with a frustratingly calm tone, to simply change my locks and call them again if anything else transpired. Frustrated, terrified, and utterly alone, I complied. I changed the locks, every click of the bolt a small, futile act of defiance. I also purchased a state-of-the-art security camera and meticulously installed it facing my front door, a desperate sentinel against the unseen threat. That night, I slept with a gleaming kitchen knife clutched tightly under my pillow, jumping at every faint sound, every phantom whisper. The very next morning, I awoke to a sight that stole the air from my lungs. Another dress, identical to the one Silas had purchased, now hung chillingly on my bedroom door. My scream caught in my throat, a choked gasp of pure terror, as I stared at its cheerful floral print, a stark, horrifying contrast to the overwhelming dread that consumed me. With shaking hands, I checked the security camera footage. Nothing. Absolutely no one had entered through the front door. This time, when I called the police, they finally took me seriously. They meticulously searched my apartment again, but still found no signs of forced entry. The officer, a kind but wary woman, gently suggested I stay with a friend for a few days, and I eagerly, desperately agreed. I haphazardly packed a small bag, constantly glancing over my shoulder, half expecting Silas to materialize from the very air. My friend, Clara, was sympathetic, but an undercurrent of skepticism laced her concern. "Are you sure you're not overreacting?" she asked softly, her words attempting to soothe. "Maybe you just forgot you brought the dresses home?" I knew she was genuinely trying to help, trying to conjure a rational explanation for the inexplicable, but her words stung, a cruel reminder of my isolation. She hadn't witnessed the predatory gleam in Silas's eyes, hadn't endured the suffocating weight of being perpetually watched. I stayed with Clara for a full week, every ring of her phone, every casual knock at the door, sending a jolt of terror through me. I obsessively checked my apartment's security camera feed, but it consistently showed nothing out of the ordinary. Slowly, insidiously, a terrifying doubt began to creep in. Was I losing my mind? Had I conjured this entire nightmare from the depths of my own stress and sleep deprivation? Determined to reclaim some semblance of control over my fractured life, I returned to my apartment. Everything was precisely as I had left it. No new dresses, no unsettling signs of Silas. I cautiously began to relax, to entertain the desperate hope that perhaps it had all been a misunderstanding, wildly exaggerated by overwhelming stress and chronic sleep deprivation. That fragile illusion shattered the very moment I stepped into my bedroom. There, meticulously laid out on my bed like some grotesque offering, was every single dress I had ever sold to Silas. My breath caught in my throat, a strangled gasp, as I slowly approached, my eyes fixated on a small piece of paper resting atop the vibrant, menacing pile. With trembling, almost numb fingers, I unfolded it. The words scrawled across the page were stark, chilling, and undeniably personal. I've been watching you, Eleanor. These dresses look better on you anyway. Put one on. I'll be waiting. A primal scream bubbled up inside me, but I choked it down, stifling the sound. I had to escape. I spun to run, only to find Silas standing silently in the doorway. That same easy, disarming smile still played on his lips, but his eyes were cold, empty, utterly devoid of any humanity. "Hello, Eleanor," he said softly, his voice a silken thread of menace. "I've missed you." I stumbled backward, my mind racing in a desperate, chaotic frenzy. How had he entered? How long had he been silently waiting here? Silas took a deliberate step forward, and then, with a sickening lurch of my stomach, I noticed the glint of something metallic in his hand. A knife. "You shouldn't have tried to get rid of these dresses," he said, his voice eerily calm, almost conversational. "They're a part of you. And now, so am I." In that petrifying moment, raw survival instinct took over. I snatched the nearest dress, a heavy velvet gown, and flung it directly at his face, momentarily obscuring his vision. In that split-second window of opportunity, I lunged past him, my shoulder slamming violently into his as I bolted for the door. I could hear him right behind me, his heavy footsteps pounding relentlessly on the hardwood floor. I didn't dare look back, didn't pause to snatch even a single belonging. I just ran, out of my apartment, down the creaking stairs, and bursting out into the bustling street. I ran until my lungs screamed for air, until my legs felt like they would finally give out. Finally, gasping, I ducked into a crowded coffee shop, my eyes wild and scanning the room frantically for any sign of Silas. The barista took one horrified look at my disheveled, terrified state. "Are you okay?" she asked, her voice filled with genuine concern. I shook my head, hot tears streaming down my face, and desperately asked to use their phone. The police arrived swiftly this time. They meticulously took my statement, issued an APB, all points bulletin, for Silas Thorne, and escorted me to the station. As I sat there, wrapped in a scratchy, thin blanket and sipping lukewarm, tasteless coffee, the crushing reality of the situation finally crashed over me. My home, my sanctuary, was no longer safe. My life, as I had known it, was irrevocably over. In the harrowing days that followed, I stayed with Clara again, a silent shadow of my former self. The police searched my apartment once more and uncovered undeniable evidence of Silas's chilling obsession, meticulously arranged photos of me, unsettling notes detailing my daily routine, even a makeshift shrine grotesquely hidden in my closet. They assured me, with practiced calm, that they would undoubtedly find him, but their empty words brought little genuine comfort. I jumped at every shifting shadow, flinched violently at every unexpected sound. Sleep became an unattainable luxury, a cruel mockery I simply couldn't afford. Even as I sit here now, in a new apartment, in a new, unfamiliar city, I cannot shake the pervasive, suffocating feeling of being perpetually watched. Every time I catch sight of a vintage dress in a store window, my heart races, a frantic, uncontrollable flutter. Every unfamiliar face I pass on the street could be him. The police never found Silas. Sometimes, in the quiet moments of the night, I wonder if they ever truly will. But I know he's out there, a lurking phantom, waiting. And every single night, as I meticulously double-check my locks and set my alarm, the same chilling question echoes in the empty silence of my new home. Will this be the night he finally comes back for me? For his beloved dresses? My love for vintage fashion, once a vibrant source of boundless joy and profound self-expression, has now curdled into a relentless, waking nightmare. And as I hang my new, modern, colorless clothes in my closet, I can't help but ache for the vibrant, colorful array of history and timeless style that once filled it. But the terrifying cost of that passion was far too high. Now, I dress purely for survival, always looking over my shoulder, perpetually waiting for the day Silas decides it's finally time to complete his grotesque collection story 2. The relentless hum of machinery used to be my lullaby, the cavernous emptiness of the industrial warehouse my sole companion. But on that fateful, chilling night, the hushed whispers I inadvertently overheard shattered my mundane world, violently plunging me into a nightmare I never saw coming. I've always been a creature of the night, so when I landed the graveyard shift as a security guard at the sprawling Titan distribution center in New Jersey, it felt like a cosmic alignment. The pay was far from stellar, but the work itself was deceptively easy. Most nights, I'd simply make my rounds, glance at the security camera feeds, and then kill the long hours lost in the pages of a book or scrolling through videos on my phone. The profound silence of the massive warehouse was broken only by the occasional, low growl of a forklift or the distant, rhythmic rumble of heavy trucks on the nearby highway. That particular night began like any other. I clocked in precisely at 10 p.m., exchanging a terse nod with the day shift guy, who practically sprinted out the door as if fleeing a phantom. I settled in, bracing myself for another uneventful 8 hours. My first round was at midnight, flashlight held firmly in hand, as I navigated the dizzying maze of towering shelves stacked precariously high with anonymous boxes and crates. It was around 2 a.m. when I first heard it, voices. Low, urgent, and undeniably human, they drifted from the loading dock area. My initial thought was that some employees had simply stayed late, but something about the hushed, clandestine tone sent a prickle of ice down the back of my neck. I instinctively switched off my flashlight, plunging myself into deeper shadow, and crept closer, meticulously staying hidden behind a colossal stack of pallets. Through the narrow gaps, I could just make out a small, furtive group huddled tightly together. I immediately recognized Marcus, the shift supervisor, and a couple of other figures I'd seen lurking around but didn't know by name. They were frantically unloading boxes from a nondescript truck that was absolutely not on any manifest I had ever laid eyes on. "Make absolutely sure everything's accounted for," Marcus hissed, his voice taut with unspoken tension. "We cannot afford a single mistake tonight." One of the other figures nodded grimly. "Yeah, the boss won't be happy if anything goes missing. You know how he is." My heart was now pounding so violently, I was convinced they would hear its frantic rhythm. This was no innocent late-night inventory check. Whatever was meticulously packed within those clandestine boxes, it was definitively not supposed to be here. I must have shifted my weight, or perhaps a treacherous piece of wood cracked audibly under my foot, because suddenly, the hushed conversation ceased. Marcus's head snapped up, his eyes, like predatory sensors, meticulously scanning the darkened area. "Who's there?" he barked, his voice hard, laced with dangerous suspicion. I held my breath, pressing myself even tighter against the rough crates, praying with every fiber of my being that they wouldn't discover me. After what stretched into an eternity of agonizing silence, Marcus seemed to dismiss the noise. "Probably just a rat," he muttered dismissively. "Let's just get this done." I waited, every nerve screaming, until they were fully re-immersed in their illicit task before I slowly, agonizingly slowly, began to back away. My mind was a whirlwind of panicked thoughts. What should I do? Report them? But to whom? Marcus was the shift supervisor, the very person I would normally confide in with any issues. And what if they somehow found out it was me who had snitched? They could transform my life into an absolute hell. Or, chillingly, even worse. I finally made it back to the dubious sanctuary of the security office, my hands shaking so violently I could barely pour myself a cup of lukewarm coffee. I desperately tried to focus on my regular, mundane tasks, but my eyes kept darting, almost uncontrollably, to the security feed, watching Marcus and the others as they finished unloading the truck and finally dispersed. The rest of the shift crawled by, each minute an eternity, every faint noise making me jump, convinced they were coming for me. When 6 a.m. finally, mercifully, rolled around, I practically ran to my car, frantically glancing over my shoulder the entire time. I didn't sleep that day. My mind relentlessly replayed every terrifying image I had seen, every hushed word I had overheard, desperately trying to convince myself that perhaps I had misunderstood, that maybe there was an innocent, logical explanation. But deep down, in the cold, hard pit of my stomach, I knew better. The next night, I arrived at work early, clinging to the desperate hope of catching a glimpse of the day shift manager. Perhaps I could casually mention something, subtly gauge his reaction. But the moment I walked through the massive doors, I could feel the invisible weight of eyes on me. Marcus was there, casually leaning against a wall, watching me with an unnerving intensity that made my stomach churn. "Hey," he said, his tone deceptively casual, but his eyes were hard, piercing. "Got a minute?" I nodded, not trusting my voice to remain steady. He led me to a small, isolated break room and meticulously closed the door behind us. "You've been acting strange," he stated, leaning against the door frame, his presence imposing. "Everything okay?" I forced a strained smile, praying it didn't look as transparently fake as it felt. "Yeah, just tired, you know how it is." He stared at me for a long, agonizing moment, and I could feel beads of cold sweat beating on my forehead. "You know," he said, his voice slow, deliberate, "it's important to stay focused on the job. Distractions can be dangerous." The threat was chillingly clear, even if his words remained deliberately vague. I nodded, still not trusting myself to speak. "Good," he said, clapping me on the shoulder. His grip was just a little too tight, his smile a fraction too wide. "Keep it that way." The instant he left, I collapsed into a nearby chair, my legs feeling like unstable jelly. They knew. Maybe not with absolute certainty, but they suspected. I had seen something, and they were issuing a chilling warning to keep my mouth shut. The next few shifts were a special kind of hell. I felt a constant, oppressive weight of eyes on me. Marcus or one of the others always seemed to be lurking nearby, watching, evaluating. I desperately tried to act normal, to perform my duties with meticulous dedication and keep my head down, but the relentless stress was slowly, agonizingly, eating me alive. It was during one of these suffocating shifts that I made a definitive decision. I simply could not continue living like this, perpetually jumping at phantom shadows, consumed by the agonizing uncertainty of whether today would be the day they decided I was too much of a risk. I had to do something. I waited until Marcus and the others were fully occupied with yet another clandestine late-night delivery. Then, my heart pounding a frantic drum against my ribs, I slipped silently into the office and used the old landline to call the anonymous tip line for the local police. My voice shook uncontrollably as I poured out every detail I could remember, meticulously careful not to reveal my identity. As I shakily hung up, I heard the unmistakable sound of approaching footsteps. I barely had enough time to scramble back to my post before Marcus rounded the corner. He looked directly at me, his eyes narrowing with palpable suspicion. "Everything all right?" he asked, his voice laced with an unspoken challenge. I nodded, praying my face didn't betray the raw panic churning within me. "Yeah, just doing my rounds." He grunted, a sound of dismissive suspicion, and moved on, but I could feel his piercing gaze burning into my back as I walked away. The next night was the longest, most torturous of my life. Every minute stretched into an hour as I waited, consumed by the agonizing uncertainty of whether the police would actually show up, whether Marcus and the others would somehow figure out what I had done. I jumped violently at every single noise, half expecting to see them burst through the door, their eyes blazing with vengeful retribution. It was nearly 4 a.m. when I finally heard them, the distant, ethereal wail of sirens. A tidal wave of relief washed over me, quickly followed by a fresh surge of paralyzing panic. What if they didn't find anything? What if Marcus and the others had meticulously cleaned everything up? But as I watched the first police cruisers pull into the parking lot, swiftly followed by several unmarked vehicles, I knew this was it. Agents swarmed the colossal building, and I could hear shouts, the unmistakable crash of doors being forcibly broken down. I remained huddled in the security office, my heart racing, watching the entire, chaotic scene unfold on the multiple monitors. Marcus and several others were led out, their hands bound in cold handcuffs, their faces a grotesque tableau of seething anger and stunned disbelief as they were methodically placed into waiting police cars. I saw Marcus look directly into one of the security cameras, his eyes burning with a raw, terrifying hatred. He knew. Somehow, he knew. The aftermath was a blur of exhausting police interviews and relentless internal investigations. The company desperately tried to distance itself from the horrifying events, vehemently claiming they had no prior knowledge of the criminal activities. I didn't buy it for a second, but I kept my mouth shut. I had said all I needed to say. I quit the job the very next day. I simply couldn't bring myself to return there, couldn't bear to face the haunting memories or the lingering, pervasive fear. But even as I walked out of that sprawling warehouse for the very last time, I knew with a chilling certainty that it wasn't truly over. The nightmarish images of what I had witnessed, the ominous sound of Marcus's voice as he threatened me, the searing look in his eyes as he was led away, they all relentlessly haunted me. I moved to a different city, embraced a new job with normal, brightly lit office hours. But I simply cannot shake the insidious feeling that someday, somehow, they will inevitably find me. Every time I see a delivery truck, every time I hear an unexpected noise in the dead of night, I wonder, is this it? Have they finally come to silence me for good? I did the right thing. I know that, deep down. But knowing doesn't make the all-consuming fear dissipate. It doesn't stop me from frantically looking over my shoulder or meticulously checking the locks twice before I finally surrender to sleep. Because I learned a hard, brutal truth in that desolate warehouse. Sometimes, doing the right thing comes with an unfathomably high price. And I'm still perpetually waiting to see just how high that price might ultimately be. Story 3. The flickering neon sign, a gaudy promise of vacancy, pulsed like a dying heartbeat in the encroaching gloom. I should have kept driving. My gut screamed a silent warning, a primal instinct to flee. But sheer exhaustion had clouded my judgment, dulling the sharp edge of my intuition, and I mechanically steered my weary vehicle into the motel parking lot, blissfully unaware I was driving straight into a nightmare of my own making. I'd been on the road for nearly 14 grueling hours, pushing through a haze of fatigue as I traversed the desolate expanse of the Arizona desert. This solo road trip, a desperate escape after a devastating breakup, was meant to be my grand adventure, a chance to meticulously untangle the knotted threads of my life and rediscover my purpose. But as the sun, a fiery orb, dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in fiery hues, and the endless miles blurred into a monotonous ribbon of asphalt, all I truly craved was the simple luxury of a hot shower and a soft, inviting bed. The motel appeared like a mirage in the vast, empty canvas of my exhaustion, a relic from the 1950s, all faded paint and rusted metal. It was far from appealing, but beggars, as they say, cannot be choosers, and I was utterly desperate for rest. I pulled into the gravel parking lot, the crunch of the loose stones under my tires unnaturally loud, almost deafening, in the profound stillness of the desert night. The office was dimly lit, a single, weak bulb casting more ominous shadows than illuminating light. Behind the worn counter stood a man who appeared as old and weathered as the decrepit building itself. His eyes, however, were disconcertingly sharp, unnervingly alert, studying me with an intensity that sent a prickle of unease crawling down my spine. "Need a room?" I mumbled, my voice thick with fatigue, as I fumbled blindly for my wallet. He nodded slowly, a predatory smile spreading across his face, a smile that, chillingly, never quite reached his eyes. "Of course. How long will you be staying with us, miss?" His voice, though ostensibly polite, held an unsettling undertone. "Just for the night," I replied, forcing a weary smile. "I'm hitting the road early tomorrow." He handed me a key, his fingers lingering, a fraction too long, as they brushed against mine. "Room 13. Around back. Enjoy your stay. I suppressed a visceral shudder as I retreated to my car. Something about this place felt profoundly wrong, an unsettling dissonance that buzzed beneath the surface. But I was simply too exhausted to care, too desperate for sleep to heed the quiet warning. Room 13 was exactly what one would expect from a cheap roadside motel. Faded wallpaper peeling at the edges, a bed that groaned ominously beneath my weight, and a bathroom that had undeniably seen better days. Yet, it was a roof over my head, and in that moment of profound weariness, that was all that truly mattered. I took a quick shower, the lukewarm water never quite warm enough to truly penetrate the chill that had settled deep in my bones. As I was drying off, a flicker of something caught my eye, a small, insidious red light blinking almost imperceptibly in the shadowy corner of the room. At first, I foolishly dismissed it as a smoke detector, but its placement was too low, subtly tucked behind the air vent. Curiosity, that dangerous companion, got the better of me. I moved closer, squinting in the dim, inadequate light. That's when I saw it, a tiny camera lens, almost invisible unless one knew precisely where to look. My blood ran absolutely cold. A camera. In my room. I frantically scanned the rest of the cramped space, my heart now hammering against my ribs, a frantic drum of growing terror. There, subtly concealed behind a tacky, mass-produced painting of a desert landscape, was another one. Panic, sharp and visceral, set in as the horrifying realization slammed into me, I was being watched. Every private moment, every unguarded gesture, was being meticulously captured on film. But why? And by whom? The manager. It had to be him. That unsettling look in his eyes, the way his touch had lingered, he knew. He had probably been engaged in this vile, voyeuristic game for God knows how long. I had to escape. Fast. I haphazardly threw on my clothes, my hands trembling so violently I could barely fasten the buttons, and began shoving my few belongings into my bag. Just as I was about to seize the doorknob, I heard footsteps outside my door, heavy, deliberate, ominously close. I froze, my hand hovering over the cold metal, my breath caught in my throat. The footsteps stopped. Right outside. There was a terrifying moment of absolute, suffocating silence. Then, a soft, insidious knock. "Everything all right in there?" It was the manager's voice, deceptively calm and friendly, yet laced with an undeniable undercurrent of something deeply sinister. I thought I heard some noise. I didn't answer. I couldn't answer. My throat had constricted, clamped shut with paralyzing fear. "I'm coming in to check," he announced, and then, with a sickening jingle, I heard the unmistakable sound of keys. Panic surged, a tidal wave threatening to drown me. I couldn't let him in. I couldn't let him discover that I had unearthed his vile, sick game. In a desperate, split-second decision, I wrenched open the window and scrambled out, not caring about the cacophony I was making now. I hit the ground running, my bag bouncing erratically against my back as if in mocking rhythm with my frantic heartbeat. I could hear shouting behind me, a guttural, enraged sound, but I didn't dare look back. I just ran, my feet pounding relentlessly against the rough asphalt as I desperately scrambled towards my car. I fumbled frantically with my keys, my hands shaking so violently I could barely fit them into the ignition. Just as the engine roared to life, a desperate, defiant cry of freedom, I caught a glimpse of him in my rear-view mirror, the manager, his face contorted with a terrifying mask of rage, sprinting towards me. I slammed on the gas pedal, peeling out of the gravel parking lot in a chaotic spray of stones. In my mirror, I could still see him, a menacing silhouette, standing there, watching me speed away. Even from that distance, I could feel the oppressive weight of his unyielding stare. I drove for hours, a blur of panicked flight, not daring to stop, flinching violently at every set of headlights that appeared in my rearview mirror. My mind raced, a chaotic whirlwind of terrified questions. How long had he been doing this? How many other unsuspecting travelers had fallen victim to his perverted voyeurism? It wasn't until I saw the welcoming lights of a small town shimmering in the distance that I finally allowed myself to slow down, my hands still shaking uncontrollably as I pulled into a brightly lit gas station. I knew I needed to call the police, to report the horrifying ordeal. But as I reached for my phone, a new, utterly horrifying thought struck me: my wallet. In my blind panic to escape, I had left it in the motel room. A wave of nauseating dread washed over me, my ID, my credit cards, everything. It was all back there. With him. He knew my name. My address. The thought made me physically ill, a visceral churn in my stomach. I sat there, paralyzed by a terrifying cocktail of fear and indecision. Should I go back? The very idea made my skin crawl, a sickening revulsion. But could I simply abandon it, leave him with all that incriminating information about me? Before I could make a decision, a pair of headlights cut through the darkness, pulling into the gas station. It was an old pickup truck, unremarkable in every way. But as it parked next to my car, I saw who was behind the wheel. The manager. Our eyes met across the dim, artificial light of the gas station, and in that horrifying moment, I knew with chilling certainty that this wasn't over. He had followed me. He wasn't going to let me go that easily. I threw my car into drive, not even bothering to properly close my door. I tore out of the gas station, tires squealing a desperate protest, a frantic blur of speed. In my rearview mirror, I saw his truck pull out, relentlessly pursuing me. What followed was the most terrifying drive of my entire life. The lonely highway stretched out before me, dark and foreboding. The manager's truck stayed relentlessly on my tail, a menacing predator, no matter how fast I drove or how many desperate turns I took. I tried frantically to call 911, but my hands were shaking so violently I could barely hold the phone, and out here, in the isolated middle of nowhere, my signal kept mercilessly dropping. I was utterly alone. Hours passed, or perhaps it was only minutes. Time lost all meaning as I focused solely on staying ahead, on not letting him catch me. My gas gauge was dropping dangerously low, a stark reminder that I couldn't sustain this desperate flight for much longer. Just when I thought all hope was truly lost, I saw it, a state trooper's vehicle, a beacon of improbable salvation, parked on the side of the road ahead. I have never, in my entire life, been so overwhelmingly relieved to see a police officer. I screeched to a halt next to the patrol car, tumbling out of my vehicle even before it had come to a complete stop. The trooper, a stern but alert figure, was out of his car in an instant, his hand instinctively on his weapon. "Please," I gasped, my voice raw and broken, pointing frantically back down the road. "He's after me. The motel manager. He's been following me for miles." But when we looked, the long stretch of road behind me was utterly empty. The manager's truck was nowhere to be seen. vanished as if into thin air. The trooper looked at me skeptically, his gaze assessing. But as I poured out my unbelievable story, the hidden cameras, the terrifying chase, his expression slowly shifted to one of genuine concern. He radioed for backup, his voice calm and professional, and began taking my statement, promising to thoroughly investigate the motel. As I sat in the back of the patrol car, wrapped in a scratchy, inadequate blanket and sipping lukewarm, flavorless coffee, the crushing reality of what had just transpired began to truly sink in. I was safe, for now. But the pervasive fear lingered, a cold, hard knot deep in the pit of my stomach. In the days that followed, I learned more about the manager. The police had indeed raided the motel and found undeniable evidence of his depraved crimes, hidden cameras meticulously concealed in several rooms, hours upon hours of sickening footage of unsuspecting guests. He was arrested, along with a few accomplices. It turned out to be a far larger, more organized operation than anyone had initially suspected. My wallet was recovered, mercifully intact, but the profound sense of violation, the chilling knowledge that my most intimate moments had been grotesquely captured on film, that was not so easily restored. It's been many months now, and I still have nightmares about that night. I see his unsettling face in crowded streets, jump violently at unexpected noises. I haven't been able to stay in a motel since, and even larger, supposedly safer hotels fill me with an unbearable unease. I find myself compulsively checking for cameras everywhere I go, unable to shake the insidious feeling of being perpetually watched. But I am desperately trying to move forward. I'm in therapy, meticulously working through the deep-seated trauma. I've become an ardent advocate for stricter laws against hidden cameras and for vastly improved security measures in motels and hotels. Sometimes, late at night, when sleep utterly eludes me, I think about how horrifyingly close I came to being just another nameless, faceless victim. And I am profoundly grateful. Grateful that I noticed that tiny, insidious red light. Grateful that I instinctively trusted my gut, that primal whisper of warning, and ran. Because now I know the chilling truth, the monsters aren't always lurking beneath your bed, or hiding in shadowy alleyways. Sometimes, they're standing right behind the front desk, wearing a friendly, disarming smile and extending a room key. And the only defense we have is to remain acutely alert, to unequivocally trust our gut instincts, and to never, ever ignore that small, persistent voice that whispers, "Something isn't right here." So, if you ever find yourself driving down a long, lonely highway, and you catch sight of a flickering vacancy sign, think twice before you pull over. Because you never truly know who might be watching on the other side of that sinister lens. Story 4. The sprawling forest was meant to be my sanctuary, a verdant escape, a chance to silence the clamor in my mind and reforge my connection with the raw, untamed heart of nature. Instead, it twisted into a bewildering maze of unadulterated terror, a living, breathing labyrinth where a predator, a phantom of flesh and madness, lurked in the suffocating shadows, patiently waiting to claim me as his prey. I, Evelyn Meave, had always been an ardent hiker, finding an almost spiritual solace in the profound quiet of ancient woods and the exhilarating challenge of conquering new, untrodden trails. But after a messy, soul-crushing breakup and a relentless, stress-induced few months at my demanding corporate job, I yearned for more than just a fleeting weekend getaway. I desperately needed to vanish. I made the bold decision to take a full week off and plunge myself deep into the remote, unforgiving expanse of the Adirondacks, far beyond the reach of cell service and the suffocating complications of my daily life. The first few days were precisely what my fractured spirit craved. I hiked for hours, my lungs drinking in the crisp, pine-scented mountain air, my eyes marveling at the towering, ancient pines that pierced the azure sky. Each night, I would meticulously set up my solitary camp, cook a simple, comforting meal over my portable stove, and drift into a deep, dreamless sleep, serenaded by the gentle, rhythmic sounds of the untamed forest. On the third day, a restless urge compelled me to venture off the main, well-trodden trail. I had overheard whispers from a fellow hiker about a hidden, ethereal waterfall, a shimmering curtain of water rarely seen, and I was consumed by a fierce determination to discover its elusive beauty. The narrow path was overgrown, barely visible in places, a faint scar on the wild landscape, but I pressed on relentlessly, driven by the seductive promise of unearthing something few had ever witnessed. As the day wore on, however, a chilling realization slowly began to dawn on me. I had grievously miscalculated. The sun was sinking low, painting the western sky in hues of fiery orange and bruised purple, and I still hadn't found the elusive waterfall. Worse, a wave of cold dread washed over me. I was no longer certain I could find my way back to the familiar main trail. A knot of icy anxiety began to tighten in my stomach as I frantically checked my map and compass, desperately attempting to orient myself in the vast, bewildering wilderness. That's when I saw it. A small, dilapidated cabin, almost swallowed whole by the dense embrace of the surrounding trees. A wave of profound relief, a desperate surge of hope, washed over me. Surely, whoever resided there could point me in the right direction, perhaps even offered the improbable luxury of a phone call if they possessed one. I cautiously approached the cabin, noting its weathered, peeling wood and the wild, overgrown vegetation that aggressively reclaimed its decaying structure. It bore the unmistakable hallmarks of abandonment, looking as if no one had inhabited it for decades, but I clung to that desperate sliver of hope. I knocked on the rickety door, the sound echoing hollowly in the profound quiet of the ancient forest. No answer. I knocked again, louder this time, my voice trembling slightly. "Hello? Is anyone there?" Still nothing. Driven by a desperate need for guidance, I tentatively tried the door handle, surprised, then unnerved, to find it unlocked. The door creaked open, a slow, agonizing groan, revealing a suffocatingly dark interior. "Hello?" I called out, my voice barely a whisper as I cautiously stepped inside. "I'm so terribly sorry to intrude, but I'm completely lost and I desperately need help." My eyes slowly adjusted to the oppressive dimness, and I cautiously took in my surroundings. The cabin was starkly sparse, a small, rough-hewn cot crammed into one corner, a rickety wooden table with a single, mismatched chair, and a stone fireplace that appeared to have been unused for generations. A thick, suffocating layer of dust coated every surface, a silent testament to the passage of forgotten time. As I moved further into the cabin, the old floorboards groaned ominously under my weight, each creak a sudden, jarring intrusion into the profound silence. I was just about to turn back, the crushing realization that no one had been here in an impossibly long time settling heavily upon me, when something caught my eye. On the dust-laden table, seemingly untouched by the years of neglect, was a small, leather-bound notebook. Its pages were yellowed with age, but strangely, inexplicably, free from the thick shroud of dust that covered everything else. Curiosity, that relentless, dangerous serpent, got the better of me. I picked up the notebook, its worn cover strangely warm against my fingertips, and slowly, hesitantly, opened it. The handwriting inside was a chaotic, desperate scrawl, almost frantic in its intensity. As I read the first entry, my blood ran absolutely cold. Day 147. Another one wandered too close today. Had to chase him off. They can't know I'm here. Can't let them find me. This is my forest now. I flipped through more pages, each entry more chilling, more profoundly disturbing than the last. The writer obsessively detailed his protection of the forest from intruders, about meticulously setting traps, and about savagely chasing off unsuspecting hikers. The most recent entry was dated just a week ago. The horrifying realization slammed into me like a physical blow, stealing the air from my lungs. Someone was living out here. Someone incredibly dangerous. And I, in my desperate vulnerability, was standing, utterly alone, in their home. I dropped the notebook as if it were a burning coal, spinning violently around, ready to bolt out the door, to flee into the darkening woods. But as I turned, my breath hitched in my throat. I came face to face with a man standing silently in the doorway, a menacing, impenetrable silhouette against the fading light. He was impossibly tall, with wild, unkempt hair that tangled like a bird's nest and a matted beard that reached his chest. His clothes were tattered, stained, and utterly filthy, and in his hand, he clutched a large, wicked-looking hunting knife, its blade glinting ominously in the dim light. But it was his eyes that truly terrified me, chilling me to the very core of my being. They were dark, almost black, and filled with a terrifying, unholy mix of savage rage and profound madness. "You shouldn't be here," he growled, his voice rough, raspy from disuse, a sound that scraped against my raw nerves. I instinctively raised my hands, palms open, trying desperately to appear non-threatening, to project an image of utter harmlessness. "I'm so sorry. I got lost. I was just looking for help. I'll leave right now, I promise." He took a slow, deliberate step forward, and I instinctively, desperately, backed away, every fiber of my being screaming at me to run. "No one's supposed to be here," he snarled, his voice rising in a terrifying crescendo. "This is my forest. Mine." I feinted sharply to the left, then dug desperately to the right, clinging to the desperate hope of slipping past him, of finding a fleeting path to freedom. But he was faster than I could have possibly imagined. His hand shot out, a blur of motion, grabbing my arm with astonishing, brutal strength. I yelled, a sharp, choked cry more of shock than actual pain, and twisted violently away from his crushing grip. In that terrifying, split-second moment, raw survival instinct, a primal surge of adrenaline, utterly consumed me. I snatched the nearest object within reach, the rickety wooden chair, and swung it at him with every ounce of my remaining strength. It connected with a sickening, wet crack, and he stumbled backward, a guttural grunt escaping his lips, momentarily stunned by the unexpected blow. I didn't wait to see if he would recover, didn't spare a single glance to confirm his disorientation. I ran. I burst out of the dilapidated cabin and plunged headlong into the rapidly darkening forest, the oppressive shadows closing in around me like a shroud. I could hear him right behind me, crashing violently through the dense underbrush, shouting incoherently, his enraged cries echoing through the trees like the howls of a beast. My lungs burned with a searing pain, a desperate plea for air, as I ran, weaving erratically through the ancient trees, leaping desperately over fallen logs that lay like skeletal remains on the forest floor. I had no idea where I was going, no destination in mind, only the desperate, consuming need to put as much distance as possible between myself and that unholy monster. Branches whipped violently at my face, leaving stinging, fiery cuts on my exposed skin, but I didn't slow down, didn't falter. I could hear the distant roar of a river up ahead, a hopeful, surging sound, and I instinctively changed course, veering towards it. Perhaps I could lose him in the churning water, or at the very least, throw him off my desperate trail. As I burst through the tree line, a sudden, blinding rush of relief, I saw the river, wide, fast-moving, and dangerously choked with jagged rocks. For a split second, I hesitated, my mind screaming a silent warning that the current looked impossibly dangerous. But the terrifying sound of my pursuer crashing relentlessly through the forest behind me, his enraged shouts growing closer, solidified my desperate resolve. I plunged into the icy, unforgiving water, gasping as its frigid embrace hit me like 1,000 tiny knives. The current was far stronger than I had anticipated, an unrelenting force, immediately dragging me downstream as I struggled, desperately, to keep my head above the churning, frigid surface. I could hear the man shouting from the riverbank, his voice thick with unbridled fury, but his enraged cries grew fainter, gradually receding as the powerful river relentlessly carried me away, until I could no longer hear him over the deafening roar of the water. I don't know how long I was trapped in that freezing river. It felt like an eternity, a lifetime of struggle, though it was probably only a matter of minutes. Eventually, by some miraculous twist of fate, I managed to grab onto a low-hanging, gnarled branch and, with a final, desperate surge of strength, pull myself to the muddy shore. I collapsed onto the bank, coughing convulsively, shivering uncontrollably, but undeniably, miraculously, alive. As the bone-deep chill set in and the last vestiges of adrenaline slowly began to recede, the terrifying reality of my situation slammed into me. I was utterly lost, soaking wet, and the oppressive darkness of night was rapidly descending. I had no idea where I was, no clue how to navigate my way back to civilization. And somewhere, out there in the inky blackness, a madman was relentlessly hunting me. I forced myself to my aching feet, every muscle screaming in protest, knowing with a chilling certainty that I couldn't remain by the treacherous river. I blindly picked a direction and began to walk, clinging to a desperate, fragile hope that I was heading towards safety, and not deeper into his terrifying, twisted territory. The night that followed was the longest, most agonizing of my entire life. Every snapping twig, every rustle of unseen leaves, sent a jolt of raw terror through me, convinced that he had finally found me, that his shadow loomed just behind me. I kept moving, a desperate, tireless automaton, afraid that if I stopped, even for a moment, I would never find the strength to rise again. As dawn, a pale, ethereal light, finally broke through the dense canopy, I heard a sound that made my heart leap with a desperate, improbable hope, the faint, distant rumble of traffic. I quickened my pace, ignoring the searing ache in my muscles and the raw, stinging cuts and bruises that marred every inch of my body. Finally, mercifully, I broke through the dense tree line and saw it, a paved road, a shimmering ribbon of civilization. I frantically flagged down the very first car I saw, probably looking like a wild, raving madwoman myself. The elderly couple inside, initially terrified by my wild appearance, must have seen the profound desperation, the raw, unadulterated fear in my eyes, They reluctantly let me in and, with a quiet, uneasy concern, drove me to the nearest police station. The next few days were a disorienting blur of official police statements, exhaustive search parties combing the woods, and sympathetic, pitying looks from doctors and nurses. They found the cabin, found undeniable evidence of long-term habitation, but there was no sign, no trace, of the man himself. They assured me, with practiced calm, that they would continue looking, that they would ultimately find him. But I knew better. That man, whoever he was, knew those woods with an intimate, terrifying knowledge that surpassed anyone else. He had survived out there for God knows how long, meticulously evading detection. The forest was his home, his clandestine hiding place, his brutal hunting ground. It's been many months now, and I still have nightmares about those dark, mad eyes, that searing, unholy gaze. I wake up in a cold, suffocating sweat, absolutely certain I can hear his voice on the wind, a chilling whisper, beckoning me back to his forest. I don't hike anymore. Hell, I can barely bring myself to even walk through the small, manicured park near my apartment. Sometimes, when I close my eyes, I'm right back in that suffocating cabin, desperately reading those chilling, frantic words in his journal. And I wonder, with a profound, aching dread, how many others has he relentlessly hunted? How many never made it out of his forest? I know one chilling truth with absolute certainty: I will never set foot in those woods again. Because sometimes, the most dangerous predators aren't the ones with razor-sharp claws and gleaming fangs. Sometimes, they are all too human, driven to the precipice of madness by profound isolation and the terrifying belief that they are the sole, rightful owners of the wilderness. And once you've encountered one, once you've looked into the abyss of their madness, you never truly feel safe in the forest again. Story 5. The crackling campfire, a beacon of flickering warmth, was meant to be comforting. But as twilight deepened and strange, unsettling noises echoed through the ancient, whispering woods, that very fire transformed into a sinister lure, a beacon not for us, but for something unspeakable, something malevolent and utterly sinister lurking in the oppressive darkness. Our idyllic family camping trip, a cherished escape into nature, had violently morphed into a living nightmare, and we, the unsuspecting, were undeniably the prey. I'd always harbored an intense love for camping. There's an almost primal satisfaction in disconnecting from the relentless demands of the world, in inhaling the crisp, clean air, and in dedicating quality, uninterrupted time with family, a profound rejuvenation for the soul. So, when I, David Blackwood, enthusiastically suggested a week-long expedition to a remote, secluded campsite nestled deep within the Canadian Rockies, my wife, Claire, and our children, Lily, a fiercely independent 14-year-old, and Finn, a boisterous 10-year-old, were all enthusiastically on board. The first couple of days were absolute perfection. We embarked on challenging hikes, fished for iridescent trout in the nearby, crystal-clear stream, and spent our evenings gathered around the comforting glow of the campfire, weaving tales and toasting sticky marshmallows until the stars emerged in dazzling constellations. The children were having an absolute blast, liberated from the hypnotic glow of their phones and the incessant demands of video games, rediscovering the simple, profound joys of the untamed wilderness. It was on the third night that an insidious shift began. We were sitting contentedly around the crackling fire after a hearty dinner when Finn, suddenly, sat bolt upright, his young eyes wide with an almost primal fear. "Did you hear that?" he whispered, his voice barely audible above the gentle hum of the night. We all fell silent, straining our ears, meticulously sifting through the familiar tapestry of nocturnal forest sounds, the soft rustle of dry leaves, the melancholic hoot of a distant owl. But then, faintly at first, I caught it, the distinct, deliberate snap of a twig. Too precise, too purposeful to be merely an animal. "It's probably just a deer," I said, my voice attempting a confidence I didn't feel, a thin veil over the creeping unease in my gut. But something, a cold, undeniable premonition, told me it was most certainly not. Claire met my eyes across the fire, and I could see my own unsettling apprehension mirrored vividly there. "Maybe we should turn in early tonight," she suggested, her voice tight with a subtle tremor. We swiftly doused the fire, the last embers dying with a reluctant sigh, and retreated into the flimsy sanctuary of our tents. But sleep, a cruel mistress, did not come easily. Every sound, every subtle creak of the tent fabric, seemed amplified, distorted, in the suffocating darkness. I lay wide awake, every nerve strung taut, listening, my body a rigid monument to tension. Just as I was finally, miraculously, drifting towards the precipice of slumber, I heard it, footsteps. Slow, deliberate, and undeniably human, they began to circle our campsite, a menacing, rhythmic cadence on the soft forest floor. I held my breath, my lungs aching, desperately hoping it was merely a figment of my overwrought imagination. But then, I heard Claire's sharp, sudden intake of breath beside me. She had heard it too. I reached for my flashlight, my hand shaking almost uncontrollably. "I'm going to check it out," I whispered, my voice a hoarse, desperate plea. Claire's hand shot out, her grip like a vice on my arm. "Don't," she hissed, her voice a raw whisper of terror. "What if it's a bear?" But we both knew with chilling certainty it wasn't a bear. Bears, after all, don't wear heavy boots. The footsteps stopped. Right outside our tent. For a long, terrifying moment, there was only a profound, suffocating silence. Then, slowly, a monstrous shadow moved across the tent wall, the unmistakable silhouette of a person, standing motionless, watching us. My heart was pounding so violently, so loudly, I was absolutely convinced that whoever was out there could hear its frantic rhythm. I wanted desperately to confront them, to scream, to shout, to scare them away, to shatter the terrifying silence. But paralyzing fear kept me utterly frozen, a helpless, petrified statue. What if they weren't alone? What if they were armed? After what felt like an eternity, though it was probably only a matter of agonizing minutes, the menacing shadow finally moved away. I heard the faint, telltale crunch of leaves as they retreated back into the impenetrable depths of the woods. Neither Claire nor I slept that night. We lay there, clutching each other, our bodies rigid, jumping violently at every imagined sound, every whisper of the wind. When dawn finally, mercifully, broke, we emerged from the tent, exhausted, hollow-eyed, and utterly on edge. The campsite, in the pale, deceptive light of morning, looked deceptively normal, but something felt irrevocably off. As I stooped to rekindle the fire for breakfast, I noticed something that made my blood run absolutely cold. Undeniable boot prints in the soft, damp earth around our tents, a chilling confirmation that the horrors of last night had been brutally, undeniably real. "We need to leave now," Claire said, her voice shaky, almost a whisper, as she stared at the incriminating prints. I nodded, my throat tight. But as I turned to frantically begin packing up, I froze. Our car, parked just at the edge of the campsite, had been savagely tampered with. The tires were slashed, deflated carcasses, and the hood was propped open, revealing a horrifying tangle of disconnected, severed wires. "Oh God," Claire whispered, her hand clamped over her mouth, a desperate, silent scream. The children emerged from their tent, rubbing the last vestiges of sleep from their innocent eyes. "What's going on?" Lily asked, her voice laced with immediate, intuitive tension. I tried desperately to keep my voice calm, a thin veneer of normalcy, as I explained that we needed to pack up and leave immediately, fabricating a hurried story about an urgent family emergency. But as we frantically rolled up the tents, Finn pointed a trembling finger towards the tree line. "Dad," he said, his voice a terrified tremor, "there's someone watching us." I spun around, my gaze following his trembling finger. There, partially obscured by the thick trunk of a massive pine, was a dark, silent figure, a man dressed in dark, unremarkable clothes, simply standing there, staring at us. The moment he realized we had spotted him, he melted back into the dense embrace of the forest, vanishing as if he were a ghost. Panic, sharp and paralyzing, set in. We abandoned any pretense of calm, of order, and began frantically shoving our belongings haphazardly into our backpacks, every movement fueled by desperate, primal fear. I tried my satellite phone, a desperate hope, but there was no signal. We were utterly, terrifyingly, on our own. "We need to start hiking out," I said, heaving the heaviest pack onto my shoulder. "Stay close together, and keep your eyes open. Always." We set off down the narrow trail, moving as quickly as our terror-fueled legs would carry us, while still forcing ourselves to remain acutely alert. The forest, which just days ago had seemed so welcoming, so serene, now felt oppressive, menacing, every shifting shadow a potential hiding place for our unseen stalker, every snapping twig a chilling reminder of his relentless pursuit. We hiked for agonizing hours, the crushing weight of our packs and the constant, gnawing fear wearing us down, eroding our resolve. The children were utterly exhausted, their small bodies protesting, but sheer terror kept them moving, a desperate, silent engine. As the sun began its slow descent, painting the western sky in hues of bruised purple and angry orange, we realized with a sickening lurch that we needed to find a place to stop for the night. We found a small, overgrown clearing, mercifully set back from the main trail and partially hidden by a cluster of towering boulders. It wasn't ideal, far from it, but it offered a semblance of defensibility. We didn't dare light a fire, its inviting glow now a dangerous beacon. Instead, we huddled together in the rapidly growing darkness, sharing what little stale food we had hastily packed in our daypacks. That night was the longest, most terrifying of my entire life. We took turns keeping watch, though I'm not entirely sure any of us truly managed to sleep. Every sound, every subtle shift of shadows, had us on razor-sharp alert. Twice, I was absolutely certain I saw movement at the very edge of our camp, but when I shone the flashlight, there was nothing there, just the impenetrable blackness of the trees. As dawn, a fragile, hopeful light, broke through the heavy canopy, we quickly packed up our meager belongings and hit the trail again. We had been hiking for perhaps an hour when Lily, suddenly, stopped dead in her tracks, her face a ghastly, ashen pale. I think I saw him," she whispered, her trembling finger pointing towards a ridge above us. I followed her gaze and caught a fleeting glimpse of movement, definitely a person, definitely following us. My heart sank, a leaden weight in my chest. I had desperately hoped that maybe, just maybe, we had lost him during the chaotic flight of the night. "Run," I said, my voice low, urgent, a desperate command. "Now." We took off down the trail, no longer caring about stealth, no longer attempting to conserve our rapidly dwindling energy. I could hear heavy, thudding footsteps behind us, relentlessly gaining, drawing closer. Claire was in the lead, pulling Finn along by his small hand, her usually composed face a mask of primal fear. Lily was right behind them, her long legs eating up the distance with frantic strides. I brought up the rear, constantly, compulsively, looking back. We burst out of the tree line onto a wider, seemingly more established trail, and a surge of desperate hope, a fleeting, irrational joy, surged through me. This had to lead somewhere, to a ranger station, to a road, to salvation. But as we rounded a sharp bend, my heart sank, a cold, brutal descent. The trail ended abruptly at a steep, sheer cliff face. We were trapped. Utterly, irrevocably trapped. I spun around, instinctively pushing the children behind me, shielding them with my body, just as our relentless pursuer emerged from the dense, dark trees. He was a large, imposing man, dressed in ragged, filthy clothes, with wild, unfocused eyes and a matted, unkempt beard. In his hand, he clutched a wicked-looking hunting knife, its blade glinting ominously even in the dim light. "Yeah," he growled, his voice rough, animalistic from disuse. "This is my forest. You shouldn't be here." "We're leaving," I said, forcing my voice to remain steady, to project a calm I didn't feel. "We don't want any trouble." He laughed, a harsh, grating sound, utterly devoid of humor, that sent chills down my spine. "Too late for that," he snarled, taking a slow, deliberate step forward. "You've seen me. Can't let you leave now." I heard Claire whimper softly behind me, a raw sound of pure terror. My mind raced, a frantic kaleidoscope of desperate, impossible thoughts, trying to find any way out of this impossible situation. We were cornered, exhausted, utterly unarmed against a madman with a gleaming knife. Just then, a sound, a miraculous, improbable sound, cut through the suffocating tension, the distant, rhythmic thump-thump-thump of a helicopter. We all looked up, our eyes wide with a desperate, burgeoning hope, to see a search and rescue chopper passing directly overhead. Our stalker's face twisted in a grotesque mask of rage and raw fear. "No!" he screamed, his voice a primal roar that tore through the air. "This is my forest. Mine." In his moment of disorienting distraction, I saw our chance. I lunged forward, a desperate, all-or-nothing move, catching him completely off guard. We grappled, a desperate, savage dance on the forest floor, his wicked knife coming terrifyingly close to my face before I managed, by some desperate miracle, to knock it away. We rolled on the ground, a tangled mass of limbs, each fighting with primal ferocity for dominance. I heard Claire screaming, a raw, terrified sound, and the children crying, their voices thin and high with fear, but it all seemed distant, ethereal, a muted echo in the background. My entire world had narrowed, focused solely, terrifyingly, on this brutal fight for survival. Somehow, in the chaotic melee, I ended up on top, my hands instinctively clamping around his throat. I could see the profound madness in his eyes slowly, frighteningly, begin to fade, replaced by a sudden, dawning terror as he finally realized he was losing, that his grip on this twisted reality was slipping. I don't know how long I held him there, pinned beneath me, but suddenly, there were other voices, other hands, strong and determined, pulling me away. The search and rescue team had seen us from the air, a miraculous stroke of fate, and had landed nearby. The next few hours were a disorienting blur of urgent questions, meticulous medical checks, and tearful, trembling reunions with my traumatized family. We learned, with a chilling sense of unease, that our attacker was a former soldier, missing for years, tragically driven to madness by severe PTSD and the profound, crushing weight of isolation. He had been living in those ancient woods, terrorizing unsuspecting hikers and campers for God knows how long. It's been many months since the terrifying camping trip, but the pervasive fear still lingers, a cold, unwelcome guest. The children still experience vivid nightmares, their sleep often punctuated by terrified cries, and Claire jumps violently at every unexpected noise, every sudden shift in the house. As for me, I can no longer look at the woods the same way. What was once a place of profound peace and exhilarating adventure now feels menacing, full of hidden dangers, lurking malevolence. We're all in therapy, meticulously working through the deep-seated trauma, but I know, with an aching certainty, we'll never truly be the same. Our innocence, our unwavering trust in the inherent beauty and safety of nature, was shattered in those terrifying days. Sometimes, late at night, I still hear phantom footsteps circling our house, an echo of the past. And in my dreams, I'm relentlessly back in those dark woods, running, always running, from a shadow that never tires, and never, ever stops. Because now I know the chilling truth, sometimes, the most dangerous predators in the forest walk on two legs. And their hunting grounds are far, far closer to home than we'd ever dare to believe. Story 6. The story was meant to be my explosive breakthrough, the article that would etch my name into journalistic legend. But as I stood there in that chilling clearing, surrounded by figures draped in tattered robes, their eyes burning with an unholy madness, I realized with a gut-wrenching dread that it might very well be my agonizing demise. Sometimes, the truth is a venomous serpent, far better left buried, especially when it's fiercely guarded by those who have irrevocably lost their very grip on sanity. I, Cassandra Thorne, had always been inexorably drawn to the unexplained, to the tantalizing mysteries that shimmer just beneath the mundane surface of our everyday lives. It was this insatiable craving that had propelled me into the thrilling, often dangerous, world of journalism in the first place. But nothing, absolutely nothing, in my years of relentlessly chasing stories, of digging into forgotten corners, could have possibly prepared me for the abject horror I was about to uncover in that forgotten, God-forsaken town nestled deep in rural Maine. It began with a cryptic tip from an old college friend, a hushed whisper that clung to the phone line like a cold mist. He'd heard unsettling rumors of strange, inexplicable disappearances plaguing his quiet hometown, people simply vanishing without a trace, and the local authorities, inexplicably, seeming utterly unconcerned. It wasn't much to go on, a mere thread of intrigue, but my instincts, sharp and unyielding, screamed that there was far, far more to this chilling story than met the eye. I arrived in Havenwood on a dreary, rain-slick Tuesday afternoon. The town itself felt frozen in time, a decaying relic, all faded storefronts, peeling paint, and wary, distrustful glances from the few locals who haunted the deserted streets. I checked into the only motel in town, A rundown, moldering place that had undeniably seen better days, its air thick with the scent of age and despair. And then, I began to ask questions. At first, people were tight-lipped, their faces shuttered, their responses clipped and evasive. They would abruptly change the subject, or suddenly, almost comically, remember urgent, forgotten errands that pulled them away from my probing questions. But as I dug deeper, meticulously piecing together fragmented snippets of overheard conversations, hushed whispers exchanged in the general store, and crumbling, yellowed old newspaper clippings, a chilling, undeniable pattern began to emerge. The disappearances weren't random, not by any stretch of the imagination. They all seemed to revolve, with a terrifying precision, around the dense, ancient forest that aggressively bordered the town. Hikers who ventured in and never returned, their footsteps swallowed by the earth. Campers whose sites were found abandoned, their sleeping bags cold, their fires long dead. Locals who dared to wander too far into the forbidding woods, only to vanish without a trace, never seen again. One name, a chilling, whispered incantation, kept resurfacing in hushed, frightened tones: Elder Gideon. He was, from what I could gather, some kind of elusive religious leader, though no one could tell me, with any genuine clarity, exactly what arcane faith he preached. All I knew was that he and his devoted, unseeing followers inhabited a compound buried deep within the heart of that ancient forest, far, far from prying eyes, shrouded in impenetrable secrecy. It took a grueling amount of relentless effort, but I finally, miraculously, found someone willing to speak, to break the stifling code of silence. An old man named Silas, his face a roadmap of sorrow and regret, who had lost his own daughter to what he vehemently called the damned cult years ago. He told me, his voice trembling with a potent cocktail of grief and rage, about strange, unholy rituals performed deep within the shadowed woods. He spoke of how Elder Gideon, with a magnetic, terrifying charisma, claimed to commune with ancient, unspeakable beings, promising his followers power beyond their wildest, most fevered dreams. But it ain't power they're getting, Silas rasped, his rheumy eyes, clouded with a profound mix of sorrow and incandescent anger, locking onto mine. It's madness. Pure, unadulterated madness. He gave me rough, almost indecipherable directions to the secluded compound, his voice heavy with a dire warning not to go alone, to abandon this dangerous quest. But I was too eager, too consumed by the thrilling scent of a breaking story, too dangerously certain of my own misguided abilities. I thanked him, my mind already racing, and set off into the forbidding embrace of the forest the very next morning, armed with nothing but my trusty notebook, a cheap, unreliable camera, and a woefully, tragically inadequate sense of self-preservation. The forest itself was a dense, suffocating labyrinth, the trail barely visible in places, a faint, struggling scar against the aggressive overgrowth. As I pushed deeper, further into the oppressive heart of the woods, the very air seemed to thicken, growing heavy, pregnant with an unsettling, profound silence. No joyful bird song, no rustling of unseen small animals, just the raw, desperate sound of my own labored breathing and the rhythmic, unnerving crunch of dry leaves beneath my cautious feet. I don't know how long I walked, hours, perhaps, or even longer. The ancient trees, indistinguishable from one another, began to blur, to merge into a green, monotonous wall, and more than once, a cold wave of fear washed over me, convinced I had somehow gotten hopelessly turned around. But just as I was about to surrender, to admit defeat and attempt to retrace my footsteps back to the safety of town. I saw it, a clearing. A circle of unnatural, unsettling perfection, carved out of the dense wilderness, its very geometry disturbing. And in the precise center, a group of people, perhaps 24 or so, dressed in tattered, dark robes, swaying in unsettling unison to some unheard, spectral rhythm. I crouched low behind a massive, gnarled oak, my heart pounding against my ribs like a trapped bird, as I watched the grotesque scene unfold. At the head of the swaying, chanting group stood a tall, imposing figure, whom I immediately assumed must be Elder Gideon. He wore a robe of deep, unsettling crimson, a stark, violent contrast to the dull, earthy browns of his hypnotized followers. As I watched, Elder Gideon slowly raised his arms to the leaden sky, a gaunt, skeletal silhouette, and began to chant in a language I utterly failed to recognize, ancient, guttural, a sound that seemed to tear at the very fabric of the air. The others, his devoted flock, joined in, their voices rising in a discordant, unsettling chorus that sent icy shivers racing down my spine. I raised my camera, my hands surprisingly steady, knowing with a surge of adrenaline that this was it, this was the undeniable, damning evidence I needed to blow this horrifying story wide open, to expose the truth. But as I meticulously focused the lens, something impossible, something utterly sanity-shattering, occurred. The very air in the precise center of the clearing began to shimmer, to distort, like heat rising off scorching asphalt. And then, to my profound, soul-numbing horror, it began to tear. There is no other way, no other human language, to adequately describe it. Reality itself seemed to rip open, violently, revealing a swirling, nauseating vortex of impossible colors that seared my eyes, that threatened to pluck my very sanity from my brain. From this impossible, gaping tear, a sound emerged, a low, primal, pulsing hum that I felt in my very bones, more than heard with my ears, a vibration of cosmic horror. The cultists' chanting reached a fever pitch, a crescendo of ecstatic, terrifying devotion, and I watched, my eyes wide with disbelief, as several of them stepped forward, their arms outstretched, their faces rapturous, towards the turning vortex. I wanted to look away, to tear my gaze from the grotesque spectacle, to run screaming into the woods. But I was frozen in place, a helpless, paralyzed observer, a mere witness to the impossible. I watched as the first cultist reached the very edge of the tier. For a terrifying moment, nothing happened. Then, with a sound like tearing flesh, like wet canvas violently ripping, tentacles of pure, inky darkness shot out from the swirling void, wrapping around the person with a sickening embrace and violently yanking them into the churning vortex. The scream that followed, a raw, inhuman sound of ultimate terror, will haunt me for the remainder of my days. More cultists, their faces still alight with a horrifying joy, step forward, each meeting the exact same, unspeakable fate. And through it all, Elder Gideon stood motionless, his arms still raised in a grotesque benediction, a look of unholy, rapturous joy contorting his face. I don't know what caused it, a raw gasp of horror, a choked whimper of shock, a strangled cry of disbelief, but that small, involuntary sound was enough. Elder Gideon's head snapped violently in my direction, his burning, inhuman eyes locking onto mine with a terrifying, absolute intensity. Intruder! He bellowed, his voice carrying an unearthly, resonant quality that vibrated through my very bones. Bring them to me. I ran. Blind, primal panic propelled me through the dense, unforgiving forest, branches whipping violently at my face, tearing at my skin, treacherous roots seeming to deliberately rise from the earth, attempting to trip me at every desperate step. I could hear them behind me, their chanting, now a chilling, guttural war cry, growing closer, louder, as they gave relentless chase. I had no idea where I was going, no concept of direction. My only thought was to put as much desperate distance as possible between myself and that unholy clearing, between myself and Elder Gideon's terrifying gaze. But the forest itself seemed to conspire against me, to fight my every desperate move. Paths that should have led to safety instead looped back, inexorably, towards my tireless pursuers. Just when I thought my lungs would burst, when my legs felt like leaden weights, I broke through the tree line onto a narrow, rutted dirt road. A battered pickup truck, its engine idling, sat nearby, and behind the wheel was Silas, the old man who had so desperately warned me. "Get in," he shouted, his voice a desperate command, already reaching across the worn seat to fling open the passenger door. I didn't hesitate. I dove into the battered truck just as the first of the robed cultists emerged from the dark, menacing trees, their faces distorted by rage and unholy zeal. Silas floored the accelerator, the tires kicking up a chaotic spray of gravel as we peeled away, a desperate blur, leaving the nightmarish clearing behind. In the rearview mirror, I could still see Elder Gideon, a menacing, unmoving figure, standing at the very edge of the forest, watching us drive away. Even from that terrifying distance, I could feel the oppressive, malevolent weight of his unyielding gaze. This wasn't over. Silas drove like a man possessed, taking sharp turns at breakneck speed, muttering what sounded like ancient, desperate prayers under his breath. It wasn't until we had finally crossed the town limits, leaving the terrifying wilderness behind, that he finally eased up on the gas. "Told you not to go alone," he said, his voice gruff, heavy with the weight of unspoken fear, but tinged with a profound, palpable relief. I opened my mouth to respond, to stammer out a desperate thank you, to ask 1,000 frantic questions, but no words came out. The raw adrenaline was slowly, painfully, wearing off, leaving me shaky, nauseous, and utterly disoriented. What had I just witnessed? What was that unspeakable thing in the clearing? My mind struggled, desperately, to process it all, to impose some semblance of order on the incomprehensible chaos I had just endured. We drove straight to the sheriff's office, a dilapidated, uninviting building. I spilled everything, my words tumbling out in a frantic, incoherent jumble, a desperate torrent of terrifying details. To his credit, the sheriff listened patiently, his face a stoic mask. But I could see the profound doubt in his eyes, the subtle, dismissive glance he shot towards Silas, as if to say, "Can you possibly believe this deranged woman?" In the end, he reluctantly agreed to send a couple of deputies out to investigate, a token gesture of reassurance. But I knew, with a chilling certainty, it was utterly useless. Whatever had transpired in that unholy clearing, whatever Elder Gideon and his twisted followers had summoned, it was not something that could be handled by small-town law enforcement. I left Havenwood that night, my meticulously gathered notes incomplete, my camera, a silent witness, lost somewhere in the dark, unforgiving depths of the forest. The story I had come to uncover, the truth I had so desperately sought, was far, far bigger and infinitely more terrifying than I could have ever possibly imagined. But I knew, with a soul-crushing certainty, no one would ever believe me. How could they, when I, who had witnessed it with my own eyes, barely believed it myself. In the months since, I've desperately tried to forget what I saw in those woods, to erase the searing images from my mind. I've thrown myself into safer, more mundane stories, stories of lost cats and local bake sales, stories that cling to the comforting illusion of normalcy. But at night, when the world is hushed and still, I can still hear that unearthly, primordial hum, a low thrum that vibrates in my bones. I can still vividly see that terrifying tear in reality, those dark, sinuous tentacles reaching out, grasping. And sometimes, in my darkest, most vulnerable moments, I wonder, with a chilling dread, if I truly escaped. Or if, perhaps, in some terrifying, ineffable way I can't quite grasp, a part of me is still there, eternally, in that clearing, forever running from the unholy madness that lurks in the very heart of those dark, ancient woods. I've even thought about going back, about confronting the impossible, about trying once more to expose the unspeakable truth. But then, I remember Elder Gideon's eyes, the way they seemed to see right through me, to pierce my very soul. And I know, with a chilling finality, that some stories are simply better left untold. Some truths are better left buried, deep beneath the earth, eternally undisturbed. Because sometimes, the price of knowledge, the cost of absolute truth, is simply too high. And in the brutal, cosmic battle between truth and sanity, sanity, no matter how fragile, must win. Even if it means living with the gnawing, horrifying certainty that out there, in a forgotten forest in Maine, something ancient and terrible is slowly, inexorably stirring. And one day, it might not be content to merely remain hidden in the suffocating shadows. Story 7. The deafening crash of shattering glass ripped through the late-night quiet, a horrifying crescendo that sliced through the easy hum of conversation. In that petrifying instant, I knew with a chilling certainty that our typical, uneventful night at the bar had violently contorted into a waking nightmare. One man's desperate, unraveling spiral into madness had mercilessly trapped us all, transforming our sanctuary of laughter and clinking glasses into a desperate hostage situation where every single breath felt like it could be our last. I, Liam O'Connell, had been tending bar at the Copper Kettle for nearly 5 years now. It was a beloved local haunt in downtown New Orleans, nothing overtly fancy, but it possessed an undeniable, gritty character. Most nights, it was a comforting mosaic of devoted regulars and curious tourists, all seeking the same elusive alchemy, a good time and a stiff, honest drink. I'd certainly witnessed my fair share of boisterous patrons and chaotic bar brawls, but absolutely nothing, not a single moment in my years behind the counter, could have possibly prepared me for the abject terror that unfurled that night. It was a Tuesday, typically one of our slower, more predictable nights. The steadfast regulars were entrenched in their usual spots, old Bartholomew, meticulously nursing his whiskey at the far end of the bar. A clutch of rowdy college kids loudly playing pool in the dimly lit corner. And a handful of wide-eyed tourists soaking in the intoxicating, humid New Orleans vibe. The night was humming along, a low, comforting murmur, the air thick with the melancholic strains of blues from our ancient, wheezing jukebox and the soft murmur of contented conversation. Around midnight, he walked in. I noticed him immediately. You develop a chilling sixth sense in this profession for trouble, for the unsettling vibration of impending chaos. He was a large, imposing man, probably in his late 30s, with wild, unfocused eyes and a nervous, almost frantic energy that set my teeth on edge. He silently claimed a stool at the bar end, without a word. ordered a shot of cheap tequila, downing it in one swift, desperate gulp before immediately, voraciously, ordering another. I kept a vigilant eye on him as I served other customers, noting how his gaze darted erratically around the dimly lit room, how his hands, despite their bulk, shook subtly as he lifted his glass to his lips. After his fourth shot, a sickening realization solidified in my gut. It was time to intervene, to try and slow him down. "Hey, buddy," I said, attempting to keep my tone light, almost jovial, a thin veil over my growing apprehension. "How about some water on the house?" He glared at me, his eyes suddenly focusing with an unnerving, laser-like intensity that made me instinctively take a step back, my heart giving a sudden lurch. "I didn't ask for water," he growled, his voice a low, dangerous rumble. "Give me another shot." I hesitated, weighing my rapidly dwindling options. Push back too hard, and he might detonate. Give in, and I risked him spiraling even further out of control. Before I could make a decision, he stood up abruptly, his bar stool clattering loudly to the floor with a jarring crash. "You think you can tell me what to do?" he roared, his voice, raw and guttural, slicing through the ambient noise of the bar like a razor blade. Everyone instantly fell silent, all eyes, wide with a dawning fear, turning to us. I instinctively raised my hands, palms open, a universal gesture of surrender, attempting desperately to defuse the rapidly escalating situation. "Easy now," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "I'm just looking out for you. Why don't we?" I never finished that sentence. In one fluid, terrifying motion, he grabbed his empty shot glass and hurled it with shocking force against the wall directly behind me. The sound of shattering glass was like a starting pistol, an explosive crack that sent everyone into a panicked, desperate motion. Most of the patrons made a frantic dash for the exit, a blur of scrambling bodies, but the man was quicker, faster than his bulk suggested. He vaulted effortlessly over the bar, sending bottles crashing and exploding to the floor in a grotesque symphony of destruction, and positioned himself squarely between the terrified crowd and the only exit. "Nobody's going anywhere," he roared, his voice an unhinged scream, brandishing a jagged, gleaming piece of broken bottle like a deadly weapon. My heart was pounding so violently, so loudly, I could feel its frantic rhythm throbbing in my throat, a painful, desperate pulse. I frantically scanned the room, taking a rapid, terrified inventory of who remained. Old Bartholomew too profoundly drunk to have even registered the frantic dash for the door. The college kids, a huddled, trembling mass by the pool table, their faces ashen. A couple of wide-eyed tourists, frozen in a tableau of sheer terror at their small, round table. And my co-worker, Sarah, who had been in the back storeroom and now stood frozen in the kitchen doorway, her eyes wide with shock and dawning horror. The man began to pace erratically back and forth directly in front of the door, muttering incoherently to himself. I caught fragmented whispers of what he was saying, something about people watching him, about needing to protect himself. It was terrifyingly clear, he was profoundly not in his right mind, which, chillingly, made the entire situation infinitely more dangerous. I caught Sarah's eye and gave a tiny, almost imperceptible nod towards the old rotary phone hidden behind the bar. She understood. Slowly, painstakingly slowly, she began to inch her way towards it. But the man saw the subtle movement and let out a guttural roar of pure, unadulterated rage. "Don't even think about it," he shrieked, rushing towards Sarah with the broken bottle raised high, a jagged, glittering threat. "Whoa, whoa, whoa!" I shouted, desperation clawing at my throat, desperate to pull his terrifying attention away from Sarah, away from the terrified patrons. "Nobody's doing anything. We're all just going to stay calm, right?" He spun violently towards me, his eyes wild, unfocused, burning with an internal fire. "Calm? Calm?" he screamed, a harsh, grating sound that sent fresh chills down my spine. "How can I be calm when they're after me? When they're everywhere? Watching. Waiting." I swallowed hard, my mouth suddenly bone dry, trying to keep my voice steady, level. "Who's after you, man? Maybe we can help." He laughed, a raw, humorless sound, a mockery of mirth, that scraped at my soul. "You can't help. Nobody can help. They're too powerful. Too many." One of the tourists, a middle-aged woman, let out a quiet, choked sob, a fragile sound of pure despair. The man's head snapped violently in her direction, and I saw his grip tighten, his knuckles white, on the broken bottle. "Shut up!" he snarled, his voice a venomous hiss. "One more sound, and I'll hey." I interrupted, my voice sharp, desperate to keep his terrifying focus away from the petrified patrons. "Why don't you tell me more about who's after you? I want to understand." For a terrifying moment, I thought he might lunge at me, his eyes burning with unbridled fury. But then, something in his contorted expression shifted, subtly, imperceptibly, and he began to talk. He spun a sprawling, convoluted tale of shadowy government conspiracies, of meticulously hidden cameras and insidious microphones, of faceless agents relentlessly following his every move. As he spoke, his agitation, his internal torment, grew, his free hand gesticulating wildly, almost theatrically, while the other still clutched the makeshift weapon, its jagged edge glinting under the dim bar lights. I nodded along, feigning deep sympathy, making all the right, soothing noises, all the while desperately trying to catch the eye of anyone who might be able to help, to give a subtle signal. But we were utterly trapped. The windows were barred, a safety measure that now felt like a cruel, macabre joke, and he was squarely blocking the only door, an immovable, menacing sentinel. Time seemed to stretch endlessly, elastic and cruel. I lost all track of how long we'd been held captive, listening to his rambling, paranoid monologue, punctuated by terrifying moments of unsettling lucidity when he would abruptly focus his wild, burning eyes on one of us, a piercing, unnerving gaze. At some point, I became acutely aware of a sound from outside, distant sirens, growing steadily louder, closer. Someone, thank God, must have called the police. The man heard it too, his frantic ranting cutting off abruptly, a sudden, chilling silence. "You called them," he said, his voice low, dangerously soft, laced with a terrifying accusation. "You brought them here." "No. No," I said quickly, my heart racing, a frantic drum against my ribs. "Nobody here called anyone. It's probably just a coincidence, you know how noisy the city can be," but he wasn't listening. His eyes darted frantically around the room like a cornered animal, searching desperately for an escape route. And then, his gaze landed on old Bartholomew, still slumped, too drunk and oblivious to the chaos, at the end of the bar. What happened next seemed to unfold in agonizing slow motion. The man lunged towards Bartholomew, grabbing him roughly by the collar and yanking him unceremoniously off his bar stool. Bartholomew, too profoundly drunk and confused to resist, stumbled helplessly as the man pulled him close, pressing the jagged, glistening edge of the broken bottle against his throat. "Everybody back!" the man screamed, his voice a raw, unhinged shriek. "Or the old man gets it." I felt a wave of nausea, a sickening lurch in my stomach. This was spiraling violently out of control, far faster than I could possibly handle. Outside, I could hear voices, the police, their voices amplified by megaphones, desperately trying to establish contact. "Sir," a voice boomed, resonating through the thick plate glass of the bar windows. "This is the New Orleans Police Department. We have the building surrounded. Come out with your hands up." The man's face contorted with a grotesque mix of rage and raw, animalistic fear. "You see?" he screamed, his voice cracking with the strain. "They're here. They've come for me." Bartholomew whimpered, a thin line of bright, crimson blood appearing where the glass pressed relentlessly against his fragile skin. I knew, with a horrifying certainty, I had to do something. Or this was going to end in an unspeakable tragedy. "Listen," I said, forcing myself to sound calm, utterly calm, despite the searing terror coursing through my veins, an icy river of dread. "Nobody in here called them, but they're here now, and they're not going to go away. But you haven't hurt anyone yet. If you let Bartholomew go, if you put down the bottle, I promise, I'll tell them about the people who are after you. I'll make them listen." For a long, agonizing moment, he just stared at me, his chest heaving with ragged, desperate breaths. I held his gaze, silently pleading, willing him with every fiber of my being, "Please, please let this work. Please let this one desperate gamble pay off." And then, miraculously, unbelievably, his grip on Bartholomew loosened. The old man stumbled away, collapsing, a trembling heap, into the arms of one of the college kids. The man looked down at the broken bottle still clutched in his hand, as if seeing it, truly seeing it, for the very first time. "They'll listen?" he asked, his voice suddenly small, almost childlike, utterly devoid of its previous menace. I nodded, hardly daring to draw a breath. "They'll listen. I promise." Slowly, agonizingly slowly, he lowered the bottle. The instant it left his hand, Sarah, with a surge of unexpected speed, vaulted over the bar and tackled him, pinning him forcefully to the ground. The door burst open, police officers flooding in, their weapons drawn, their faces grimly determined. The next few hours were a disorienting blur of official statements and endless questions. By the time I finally left the copper kettle, the sky was just beginning to lighten, streaked with the first faint, fragile hints of dawn. In the days that followed, I learned more about the man. He was, with a profound sense of sorrow, a veteran struggling with severe PTSD and undiagnosed schizophrenia. He'd tragically stopped taking his medication, leading to the terrifying psychotic break we'd all witnessed. I still tend bar at the copper kettle. We've meticulously added some extra security measures, but mostly, things have slowly, cautiously, returned to a semblance of normal. Yet, sometimes, late at night, when the bar is quiet, eerily empty, I'll catch myself compulsively watching the door, half expecting to see him walk in again. Because now I know, with a chilling, undeniable certainty, how quickly a perfectly normal night can shatter, can violently spiral into an unforeseen nightmare. And how terrifyingly thin the line truly is between fragile sanity and utter madness. And I will never again take the safety, the comforting normalcy of my little corner of the world for granted. Never again. Story 8. The echoing silence of the abandoned factory, a skeletal monument to its industrial past, was supposed to be absolute, save for the phantom whispers of long-dead machinery. But as I stood there, utterly surrounded by a pack of hostile squatters, their eyes burning with a desperate, chilling hunger, I realized with a gut-wrenching certainty that the true danger didn't lie in the colossal machines that once roared to life here, but in the desperate, broken souls who now claim this desolate place as their harrowing home. I, Marcus Mac Riley, never wanted to work the graveyard shift at the old Phoenix Iron Works in Detroit. But bills, those relentless monsters, demanded feeding, and beggars, as they say, simply cannot be choosers. The job itself seemed deceptively simple: patrol the sprawling, decaying complex, ensuring no one was breaking in or senselessly vandalizing the historical ruins. It was mind-numbingly boring work, a monotonous dance with shadows, but it paid the bills, a lifeline in the unforgiving urban landscape. The factory itself was a monstrous relic of Detroit's Gilded Age, a sprawling, skeletal maze of rusted assembly lines, cavernous storage rooms, and forgotten offices. Most of it was perpetually shrouded in an oppressive darkness, the electricity long since severed, abandoning the behemoth to perpetual gloom. My powerful flashlight carved lonely, trembling paths through the suffocating gloom as I diligently made my rounds, the beam dancing over decaying concrete and rusting steel. I'd been enduring this haunting job for about 3 agonizing months when it happened. It was a particularly brutal, bone-chilling night in November, the kind that relentlessly seeps into your very bones, gnawing at your core, making you ache with a profound, almost spiritual longing for the simple comfort of a roaring fire and a steaming, hot cup of coffee. I was about halfway through my shift, navigating my way through one of the vast, echoing old assembly areas, when I heard it, voices. At first, I foolishly convinced myself I was imagining things. This place, in the dead of night, played insidious tricks on your mind. The wind, a mournful banshee, whistling through broken, jagged windows could easily sound like hushed whispers, and the settling groan of cooling metal could mimic the subtle tread of footsteps. But as I stood there, straining my ears, my every nerve taut, I realized with a chilling certainty, these were definitively, undeniably human voices. My heart began to race, a frantic drum against my ribs, each beat a thunderous echo in the oppressive silence. In all my time working here, I had never encountered another soul during my rounds. Sure, there were persistent, shadowy rumors of homeless individuals sometimes seeking desperate shelter in abandoned leviathans like this, but I had never seen any concrete evidence of it. I should have called it in right then, should have radioed for immediate backup or even simply called the police. But curiosity, that most dangerous of human impulses, got the better of me. I decided to investigate, foolishly assuming it was probably just some reckless teenagers, seeking a morbid thrill, looking for a spooky place to hang out, to spin ghostly tales. I followed the muffled sound, my own footsteps echoing eerily in the cavernous space, each reverberation a sudden, jarring intrusion. As I drew closer, the muffled sound solidified into words, fragments of conversation, sharp and tense. They were arguing about something, their voices laced with raw anger, rising and falling in a discordant symphony. I rounded a corner, my flashlight beam cutting a sudden, stark swath through the pervasive darkness, and there they were, a group of people, maybe 6 or 7, huddled closely around a small, defiant fire they'd managed to build in an old, rusted oil drum. They looked rough, their faces etched with a grim weariness, their clothes dirty and tattered, their hair unkempt, matted, the kind of profound exhaustion that comes only from perpetually living on the unforgiving streets, from battling the elements day in and day out. For a long, tense moment, we simply stared at each other, equally stunned, equally surprised by the unexpected collision of our worlds. Then, one of them, a tall, gaunt man with a scraggly, unkempt beard, slowly, deliberately stood up. Well, he drawled, his voice a gravelly, cold rasp, a sound that scraped against my raw nerves. "Look what we have here." I held up my hands, palms open, trying desperately to appear non-threatening, to project an image of utter harmlessness. "I'm just the night watchman," I said, my voice, despite my desperate efforts, shakier than I would have liked. "I'm not here to cause any trouble." The tall man laughed, a harsh, humorless sound that reverberated unsettlingly off the vast, empty factory walls. "Trouble? Nah, we ain't trouble. We're just trying to survive. This is our home now. And you, friend, you're trespassing." I instinctively took a step back, suddenly, chillingly, aware of how completely outnumbered I was, how profoundly vulnerable. "Look, I don't want any problems," I pleaded, my voice now a frantic whisper. "Why don't I just leave, and we can pretend this never happened, okay?" But even as the desperate words stumbled from my lips, a cold certainty settled in my gut. It wasn't going to be that simple. The others had slowly, menacingly, risen to their feet now, forming a loose, predatory circle around me. I could see the raw desperation in their hollow eyes, the kind of desperation that, with the terrifying inevitability, makes people utterly dangerous, utterly unpredictable. "Can't do that," the tall man said, shaking his head slowly, a deliberate, ominous gesture. "You've seen us now. Might go running to the cops, get us all thrown out in the cold. Can't have that, can we, friend?" My mind raced, a chaotic whirlwind of frantic thoughts, desperately trying to find any way out of this impossible situation. "I won't tell anyone," I promised, my voice rising in a desperate plea. "I swear. I'll even bring you guys some supplies. Food, blankets, whatever you need." For a fleeting, desperate moment, I thought it might actually work. I saw a flicker of raw uncertainty, a momentary hesitation, in some of their eyes. But then, a woman, her face hard, etched with years of brutal hardship, stepped forward. "We can't trust him," she spat, her voice thick with venom. "He's one of them. Probably thinks we're nothing but trash." The mood in the cavernous space shifted palpably, chillingly. I could almost feel the waves of raw, aggressive hostility radiating off them, a suffocating, menacing heat. The tall man nodded slowly, his eyes now cold and devoid of any warmth, reaching into his pocket and pulling out a wicked-looking, gleaming knife. "Sorry, friend," he said, his voice flat, utterly devoid of any genuine remorse, "but we can't take that chance." I backed away, my heart pounding so violently, so loudly, I thought it might literally burst out of my chest, a desperate, frantic drum. "You don't want to do this," I pleaded, my voice rising to a frantic, desperate crescendo. "Think about what you're doing. This isn't you. You're not killers." But I could see it clearly in their eyes, a chilling, dead certainty, my desperate words weren't reaching them. They advanced slowly, inexorably, like a pack of starved wolves closing in on wounded prey. I frantically looked around, my eyes darting, desperately searching for something, anything, I could use to defend myself, to buy myself a few precious seconds. My desperate gaze landed on a length of heavy, rusted pipe lying innocently on the ground nearby. I dove for it, a sudden, desperate lunge, my fingers closing around the cold, unforgiving metal just as the first of them reached me. I swung wildly, blindly, more to create a desperate space, a fleeting barrier, than with any coherent intent to actually hit anyone. They recoiled momentarily, surprised by my sudden, unexpected bursts of ferocity. "Back off!" I shouted, brandishing the heavy pipe, its rusted surface gleaming menacingly in the dim light. "I don't want to hurt anyone, but I will if I have to." The tall man with the knife laughed again, a harsh, derisive sound, utterly devoid of humor. "You against all of us? I don't like your odds, friend." He was right, of course. I was catastrophically outnumbered, irrevocably trapped, and utterly alone. But raw adrenaline and primal fear, those potent, unpredictable forces, can make you do insane, unthinkable things. In that desperate, impossible moment, I decided with a cold, clear resolve that if I was going down, if this was truly my end, I was going down fighting. What followed was a disorienting blur of savage violence and desperate, agonizing self-preservation. I swung the pipe, a desperate, clumsy arc, connecting with flesh and bone, a sickening thud. They came at me from all sides, a chaotic flurry of fists and feet, a brutal, relentless assault. I felt a searing pain explode across my face as someone landed a solid, brutal punch, a sickening crack. Warm, metallic blood trickled down from my nose, its coppery taste filling my mouth, a grim, visceral reminder of my rapidly deteriorating situation. I don't know how long the desperate, brutal fight lasted. It felt like an eternity, an endless, agonizing struggle, but it was probably only a matter of minutes. Somehow, miraculously, unbelievably, I managed to break free from their tightening circle, to find a desperate, fleeting gap in their relentless assault. I ran. My lungs burned with a searing, agonizing pain, my body screaming in protest, every muscle screaming for release. I could hear them behind me, their enraged shouts echoing menacingly through the vast, empty factory, chasing me, a relentless, primal pursuit. I knew the intricate layout of the complex better than they did, every twist and turn, every hidden nook and cranny, and I used that fleeting advantage to my absolute limit. I weaved frantically through the ancient, silent machinery, taking sharp, unexpected turns, doubling back when I could, desperately creating distance. At one point, with a desperate surge of strength, I deliberately knocked over a towering stack of old, forgotten pallets, sending them crashing to the ground in a cacophony of splintering wood, creating a temporary, fragile barrier between myself and my relentless pursuers. Finally, after what felt like an impossible eternity, a lifetime of desperate flight, I made it to the security office. I slammed the heavy door shut behind me, the sound a desperate, final reverberation, and fumbled frantically, with shaking, numb hands, to lock it, to secure its flimsy protection. I could hear them outside, their guttural shouts, their pounding fists echoing ominously against the thin metal door, punctuated by vile, desperate threats. With trembling, almost useless fingers, I dialed 911. When the operator's calm, detached voice finally answered, a miraculous sound in my chaotic world, I could barely force the words out, my breathing ragged. punctuated by the metallic taste of blood still flowing from my broken nose. "Please," I gasped, my voice a desperate, choked plea. "I need help. I'm at the old auto factory on Jefferson. There are people here. They tried to kill me. Please, hurry." The wait for the police to arrive was the longest, most agonizing of my entire life. I sat huddled in the corner of the small office, the heavy pipe still clutched tightly in my white-knuckled grip, listening, every nerve screaming, as the squatters relentlessly tried to break down the door. Every crash, every sickening thud, made me flinch violently, convinced that this would be the one, the final blow, that would send them spilling into the small, fragile sanctuary of the room. But the door, miraculously, held. And then, finally, blessedly, I heard the distant, soaring wail of approaching sirens, a symphony of salvation. The pounding on the door abruptly ceased, replaced by the frantic, scurrying sound of running feet as the squatters, their desperate courage failing, finally fled into the darkness. When the police finally, cautiously, reached me, I simply broke down, the last vestiges of adrenaline draining from my body, leaving me shaking uncontrollably, sobbing uncontrollably, as I desperately tried to explain the incomprehensible horror that had just transpired. They meticulously searched the vast factory but found no sign, no trace, of the squatters, just the grim, pathetic remnants of their crude camp and the undeniable, brutal evidence of our violent, desperate encounter. I quit that job the very next day. I simply couldn't bear the thought of ever going back to that haunting place, of walking those dark, echoing halls, knowing with a chilling certainty what truly lurked in the deep, oppressive shadows. For weeks after, I jumped violently at every sudden sound, saw potential attackers in every passing stranger on the street. The police never found the squatters. Sometimes, in the quiet moments of the night, I wonder what ultimately happened to them, if they found another abandoned building to call their desperate home, or if they're still out there, desperate, dangerous, and forever unseen. I've got a new job now, a new life. One that mercifully doesn't involve dark, empty buildings or terrifying night shifts. But I will never, ever forget that night in the factory, never forget how quickly a routine, mundane job violently fractured into a desperate fight for my very life. And I'll never look at abandoned buildings the same way again. Because now I know, with a chilling certainty, that sometimes, the most dangerous, most terrifying things lurking in the oppressive shadows are all too human. They are the desperate, the broken, the forgotten. And they will stop at nothing to survive. Story 9. The profound silence in my son's room was a crushing, suffocating weight. Where there should have been the soft, rhythmic breathing of a peacefully sleeping infant, there was absolutely nothing. In that soul-shattering moment, as I stared, paralyzed with a dawning horror, at the empty crib, I realized with a visceral jolt that the nightmare I was living was far, far worse than any my mind could have possibly conjured. I never thought I'd navigate the tumultuous waters of single motherhood. But life, that relentless, unpredictable force, has a brutal way of throwing devastating curveballs. My ex, a phantom from a forgotten life, simply walked out when I was 5 months pregnant, leaving me, Amelia Thorne, to navigate the overwhelming challenges of impending motherhood utterly alone. But from the very moment I held my son, Elias, in my trembling arms, a tiny, perfect bundle of warmth and vulnerability, I knew with an unshakable certainty that I would do absolutely anything for him. The first few months were a disorienting blur of sleepless nights, countless diaper changes, and transcendent moments of pure, unadulterated joy as I watched my little boy grow, a miracle unfolding before my eyes. We fell into a comforting, predictable routine, just the two of us against the vast, indifferent world. Every night, I would meticulously rock Elias to sleep, singing softly, my voice a gentle lullaby, as his tiny eyelids grew heavy, succumbing to the sweet embrace of slumber. I would then gently, carefully, place him in his crib, always making sure the baby monitor was on, its reassuring green light a silent guardian, before I quietly, reluctantly, left the room. That night started like any other. I put Elias to bed around 8 p.m., kissed his forehead, a soft, loving ritual, and whispered, "I love you," before quietly closing the door. I spent a few hours catching up on overdue housework and indulging in some mindless television, cherishing the rare, fleeting moment of quiet, of absolute stillness. Around midnight, the heavy cloak of exhaustion settled over me, and I decided to turn in. I was utterly spent, eagerly anticipating a few precious hours of unbroken sleep before Elias's inevitable middle-of-the-night wake-up call. I peeked into his room on my way to bed, as I always did. The soft, comforting glow of his nightlight illuminated his crib, and I could clearly see the gentle, rhythmic rise and fall of his tiny chest as he slept, a profound image of peace. I must have fallen asleep the very instant my head hit the pillow, because the next thing I knew, I was violently jolted awake by a sudden, jarring sound. At first, in the disorienting haze of sleep, I couldn't quite place it. Then, with a cold, horrifying clarity, I realized it was silence. The white noise machine in Elias's room, which usually hummed softly, a comforting drone through the baby monitor, was off. A tendril of icy unease, thin but insidious, curled in my stomach as I blindly reached for the monitor. The screen was dark. Dead. No, 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 I frantically whispered to myself, desperation clawing at my throat. Don't panic. The batteries must have died. That's all. But as I swung my legs out of bed, my heart began to race, a frantic, uneven beat. I padded silently down the short hall to Elias's room, my bare feet unnervingly silent on the cold, unforgiving hardwood floor. The door was closed, precisely as I'd left it. But as I reached for the handle, my hand hovering, I hesitated. Something felt profoundly wrong. The air seemed too still, too quiet, too heavy with an unspoken dread. I pushed the door open slowly, excruciatingly slowly, holding my breath, my lungs aching. The nightlight was off, plunging the room into an oppressive, impenetrable darkness. I fumbled frantically for the light switch, my hands shaking so violently I could barely grasp it. The room suddenly flooded with harsh, unforgiving light. And in that blinding, brutal illumination, my world shattered. The crib was empty. For a terrifying moment, I couldn't move. Couldn't breathe. This had to be a dream. A horrific, unspeakable nightmare. I blinked hard, desperately willing the devastating scene in front of me to change, to dissolve, to be anything but what it was. But the crib remained horrifyingly empty, the blankets rumpled, a silent testament to the void where Elias should have been. Elias? I called out, my voice a raw, trembling whisper, barely audible. Baby? Where are you? Silence. A profound, echoing silence, answered me. I tore frantically through the room, a desperate, wild woman, looking under the crib, inside the small closet, anywhere a tiny baby could possibly be. But deep down, in the cold, hollow pit of my stomach, I knew with a chilling certainty, Elias wasn't here. My mind raced, a chaotic maelstrom of desperate thoughts, trying to make some semblance of sense of the impossible. Had I sleepwalked? Moved him without remembering? But no, I could still vividly picture him, sleeping peacefully, when I checked on him just moments before I went to bed. With shaking, almost numb hands, I grabbed my phone and dialed 911. The operator's calm, detached voice was a fragile lifeline in the raging storm of my panic. 911, what's your emergency? My baby. I choked out, hot, desperate tears streaming down my face, blurring my vision. My baby's gone. Someone took him. Please, you have to help me. The next agonizing hours passed in a disorienting blur. Police swarmed my house, a chaotic beehive of blue uniforms, asking questions I could barely focus on, barely comprehend through the haze of my terror. They meticulously searched every inch of the property, every nook and cranny, but found no signs of forced entry, no broken windows, no picked locks. It was as if Elias had simply vanished into thin air. I sat huddled on the couch, clutching Elias's favorite stuffed elephant to my chest, a desperate, futile comfort, as a detective gently, empathetically, asked me to recount the evening, painstakingly, one more time. Had I seen anything suspicious? Heard anything unusual? No. No. And no. It had been a perfectly normal night, right up until the horrifying moment it became the absolute worst night of my life. As dawn broke, casting an eerily cheerful, mocking glow through the windows, the initial frenzy of the investigation slowly settled into a tense, agonizing waiting game. An Amber Alert had been issued. Elias's innocent face, his chubby cheeks, his bright blue eyes, the stubborn cowlick that never quite stayed down, was plastered across every news channel, a desperate, silent plea. Friends and family, a concerned, murmuring crowd, began to arrive, offering awkward hugs and whispered words of support. I could barely acknowledge their presence, their comforting words falling on deaf ears, meaningless sounds. All I could think about, every agonizing second, was Elias. Was he scared? Was he crying for me? Was he? I couldn't even allow myself to finish that terrifying thought, to give it breath. Days bled into weeks, a suffocating haze of endless police interviews, agonizing, sleepless nights, and desperate, tearful pleas to a God I wasn't sure I believed in anymore. I couldn't eat, couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Elias's empty crib, a stark, haunting image burned into my mind. The police explored every single angle. They interviewed my ex, a perfunctory gesture, but he had an airtight alibi. He was on a business trip in Europe. They meticulously delved into my background, my fragile history, my friends, my non-existent enemies. They relentlessly questioned the neighbors, searched nearby woods, and painstakingly checked security cameras from every business within a 5-mile radius. Nothing. As the days painfully stretched into weeks, then months, I could feel the investigation's initial momentum slowly, agonizingly, dissipating. The sympathetic looks from the weary detectives transformed into pitying glances. The relentless media attention waned, fading into the background, replaced by fresher tragedies. People began to speak in hushed, uncomfortable tones about moving on, and finding closure, empty, meaningless platitudes that grated on my raw nerves. But how could I possibly move on? How could I ever find closure when my baby, my sweet, innocent Elias, was out there somewhere, needing me, lost and alone? I threw myself into the search with a desperate, all-consuming fervor, a driven automaton. I plastered Elias's face on every telephone pole, every storefront window, every community board I could find. I created social media pages, begging, pleading with strangers to share Elias's heartbreaking story, to amplify his missing face. I appeared on every local news station that would grant me a few precious minutes, my voice raw with desperate emotion, pleading for anyone with information to come forward. And then, just when I thought I couldn't possibly endure another day, another agonizing minute, of this waking nightmare, my phone rang. The voice on the other end was unfamiliar, elderly, trembling slightly. "Is this Elias's mother?" the woman asked. My heart leaped into my throat, a sudden, violent surge of impossible hope. Yes. Yes, it is. Do you know something about Elias? There was a long, agonizing pause, a moment suspended in eternity, and then, I think I found him. The world tilted on its axis, spinning violently around me. I gripped the phone so tightly my knuckles turned white, bone aching cold. Where is he? Is he okay? He's here, the woman said, her voice filled with a profound, gentle relief, at Fairview Park. I found him abandoned near the playground. He's okay. He's not hurt. I called the police. They're on their way. I was already running out the door, my keys clutched in my hand, before she had even finished speaking. The drive to the park was a blur, a frantic, desperate race against time. I ran every single red light, my heart pounding in furious time with the desperate, silent mantra echoing in my head. Please be okay. Please be okay. Please be okay. I screeched into the parking lot, tires screaming in protest, just as a police cruiser pulled up, its lights flashing a silent, urgent rhythm. Together, we raced towards the playground. And there, sitting quietly on a bench with a kindly-looking old woman, was Elias. My legs gave out beneath me, and I fell to my knees, a trembling heap, directly in front of him. He looked up at me with those impossibly big, bright blue eyes, and for a terrifying, fleeting moment, I was afraid he wouldn't recognize me. But then, his tiny face lit up with a pure, radiant smile that could outshine the very sun. "Mama!" he cried, his small arms reaching for me. I gathered him into my arms, sobbing uncontrollably, clutching him to my chest as if I could somehow absorb him into my very being. He was here. He was safe. He was home. The investigation into Elias's mysterious disappearance and even more mysterious reappearance is still ongoing. There are so many agonizing, unanswered questions. Who took him? Why? And why bring him back? But in this precious moment, with Elias sleeping peacefully, softly, in his crib, which is now permanently nestled in my bedroom, those haunting questions don't matter. All that truly matters, all that consumes me, is that he's here. He's safe. And I'm never, ever letting him out of my sight again. I know the road ahead won't be easy. There will be deep-seated trauma to meticulously work through, for both of us. There will be lingering fears, insidious shadows, and undoubtedly, many more sleepless nights. But we're together. And that, in the end, is all that truly matters. As I watch Elias sleep, his tiny chest rising and falling with each gentle, precious breath, I make a silent, solemn promise. I will find out what happened. I will make absolutely certain those responsible are brought to justice, to face the full weight of their heinous actions. And I will do everything, absolutely everything, in my power to ensure nothing like this ever happens again. Because now I know the chilling truth: the world can be a dark, dangerous, unforgiving place. But it's also undeniably full of light, and love, and miracles. And sometimes, against all conceivable odds, lost things find their way home. Story 10. The flickering neon sign, a gaudy promise of vacancy, pulsed like a dying heartbeat in the encroaching gloom. I should have kept driving. My gut screamed a silent warning, a primal instinct to flee. But sheer exhaustion had clouded my judgment, dulling the sharp edge of my intuition, and I mechanically steered my weary vehicle into the motel parking lot, blissfully unaware I was driving straight into a nightmare of my own making. I'd been on the road for nearly 14 grueling hours, pushing through a haze of fatigue as I traversed the desolate expanse of the Arizona desert. This solo road trip, a desperate escape after a devastating breakup, was meant to be my grand adventure, a chance to meticulously untangle the knotted threads of my life and rediscover my purpose. But as the sun, a fiery orb, dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in fiery hues, and the endless miles blurred into a monotonous ribbon of asphalt, all I truly craved was the simple luxury of a hot shower and a soft, inviting bed. The motel appeared like a mirage in the vast, empty canvas of my exhaustion, a relic from the 1950s, all faded paint and rusted metal. It was far from appealing, but beggars, as they say, cannot be choosers, and I was utterly desperate for rest. I pulled into the gravel parking lot, the crunch of the loose stones under my tires unnaturally loud, almost deafening, in the profound stillness of the desert night. The office was dimly lit, a single, weak bulb casting more ominous shadows than illuminating light. Behind the worn counter stood a man who appeared as old and weathered as the decrepit building itself. His eyes, however, were disconcertingly sharp, unnervingly alert, studying me with an intensity that sent a prickle of unease crawling down my spine. "Need a room?" I mumbled, my voice thick with fatigue, as I fumbled blindly for my wallet. He nodded slowly, a predatory smile spreading across his face, a smile that, chillingly, never quite reached his eyes. "Of course. How long will you be staying with us, miss?" His voice, though ostensibly polite, held an unsettling undertone. "Just for the night," I replied, forcing a weary smile. "I'm hitting the road early tomorrow." He handed me a key, his fingers lingering, a fraction too long, as they brushed against mine. "Room 13, around back. Enjoy your stay." I suppressed a visceral shudder as I retreated to my car. Something about this place felt profoundly wrong, an unsettling dissonance that buzzed beneath the surface. But I was simply too exhausted to care, too desperate for sleep to heed the quiet warning. Room 13 was exactly what one would expect from a cheap roadside motel, faded wallpaper peeling at the edges, a bed that groaned ominously beneath my weight, and a bathroom that had undeniably seen better days. Yet, it was a roof over my head, and in that moment of profound weariness, that was all that truly mattered. I took a quick shower, the lukewarm water never quite warm enough to truly penetrate the chill that had settled deep in my bones. As I was drying off, a flicker of something caught my eye, a small, insidious red light blinking almost imperceptibly in the shadowy corner of the room. At first, I foolishly dismissed it as a smoke detector, but its placement was too low, subtly tucked behind the air vent. Curiosity, the dangerous companion, got the better of me. I moved closer, squinting in the dim, inadequate light. That's when I saw it, a tiny camera lens, almost invisible unless one knew precisely where to look. My blood ran absolutely cold. A camera. In my room. I frantically scanned the rest of the cramped space, my heart now hammering against my ribs, a frantic drum of growing terror. There, subtly concealed behind a tacky, mass-produced painting of a desert landscape, was another one. Panic, sharp and visceral, set in as the horrifying realization slammed into me, I was being watched. Every private moment, every unguarded gesture, was being meticulously captured on film. But why? And by whom? The manager. It had to be him. That unsettling look in his eyes, the way his touch had lingered, he knew. He had probably been engaged in this vile, voyeuristic game for God knows how long. I had to escape. Fast. I haphazardly threw on my clothes, my hands trembling so violently I could barely fasten the buttons, and began shoving my few belongings into my bag. Just as I was about to seize the doorknob, I heard footsteps outside my door, heavy, deliberate, ominously close. I froze, my hand hovering over the cold metal, my breath caught in my throat. The footsteps stopped. Right outside. There was a terrifying moment of absolute, suffocating silence. Then, a soft, insidious knock. Everything all right in there? It was the manager's voice, deceptively calm and friendly, yet laced with an undeniable undercurrent of something deeply sinister. I thought I heard some noise. I didn't answer. I couldn't answer. My throat had constricted, clamped shut with paralyzing fear. "I'm coming in to check," he announced, and then, with a sickening jingle, I heard the unmistakable sound of keys. Panic surged, a tidal wave threatening to drown me. I couldn't let him in. I couldn't let him discover that I had unearthed his vile, sick game. In a desperate, split-second decision, I wrenched open the window and scrambled out, not caring about the cacophony I was making now. I hit the ground running, my bag bouncing erratically against my back as if in mocking rhythm with my frantic heartbeat. I could hear shouting behind me, a guttural, enraged sound, but I didn't dare look back. I just ran, my feet pounding relentlessly against the rough asphalt as I desperately scrambled towards my car. I fumbled frantically with my keys, my hands shaking so violently I could barely fit them into the ignition. Just as the engine roared to life, a desperate, defiant cry of freedom, I caught a glimpse of him in my rear-view mirror, the manager, his face contorted with a terrifying mask of rage, sprinting towards me. I slammed on the gas pedal, peeling out of the gravel parking lot in a chaotic spray of stones. In my mirror, I could still see him, a menacing silhouette, standing there, watching me speed away. Even from that distance, I could feel the oppressive weight of his unyielding stare. I drove for hours, a blur of panicked flight, not daring to stop, flinching violently at every set of headlights that appeared in my rear-view mirror. My mind raced, a chaotic whirlwind of terrified questions. How long had he been doing this? How many other unsuspecting travelers had fallen victim to his perverted voyeurism? It wasn't until I saw the welcoming lights of a small town shimmering in the distance that I finally allowed myself to slow down, my hands still shaking uncontrollably as I pulled into a brightly lit gas station. I knew I needed to call the police, to report the horrifying ordeal. But as I reached for my phone, a new, utterly horrifying thought struck me: my wallet. In my blind panic to escape, I had left it in the motel room. A wave of nauseating dread washed over me: my ID, my credit cards, everything. It was all back there. With him. He knew my name. My address. The thought made me physically ill, a visceral churn in my stomach. I sat there, paralyzed by a terrifying cocktail of fear and indecision. Should I go back? The very idea made my skin crawl, a sickening revulsion. But could I simply abandon it, leave him with all that incriminating information about me? Before I could make a decision, a pair of headlights cut through the darkness, pulling into the gas station. It was an old pickup truck, unremarkable in every way. But as it parked next to my car, I saw who was behind the wheel. The manager. Our eyes met across the dim, artificial light of the gas station, and in that horrifying moment, I knew with chilling certainty that this wasn't over. He had followed me. He wasn't going to let me go that easily. I threw my car into drive, not even bothering to properly close my door. I tore out of the gas station, tires screaming a desperate protest, a frantic blur of speed. In my rearview mirror, I saw his truck pull out, relentlessly pursuing me. What followed was the most terrifying drive of my entire life. The lonely highway stretched out before me, dark and foreboding. The manager's truck stayed relentlessly on my tail, a menacing predator, no matter how fast I drove or how many desperate turns I took. I tried frantically to call 911, but my hands were shaking so violently I could barely hold the phone, and out here, in the isolated middle of nowhere, my signal kept mercilessly dropping. I was utterly alone. Hours passed, or perhaps it was only minutes. Time lost all meaning as I focused solely on staying ahead, on not letting him catch me. My gas gauge was dropping dangerously low, a stark reminder that I couldn't sustain this desperate flight for much longer. Just when I thought all hope was truly lost, I saw it, a state trooper's vehicle, a beacon of improbable salvation, parked on the side of the road ahead. I have never, in my entire life, been so overwhelmingly relieved to see a police officer. I screeched to a halt next to the patrol car, tumbling out of my vehicle even before it had come to a complete stop. The trooper, a stern but alert figure, was out of his car in an instant, his hand instinctively on his weapon. "Please," I gasped, my voice raw and broken, pointing frantically back down the road. "He's after me." The motel manager. "He's been following me for miles." But when we looked, the long stretch of road behind me was utterly empty. The manager's truck was nowhere to be seen, vanished as if into thin air. The trooper looked at me skeptically, his gaze assessing. But as I poured out my unbelievable story, the hidden cameras, the terrifying chase, his expression slowly shifted to one of genuine concern. He radioed for backup, his voice calm and professional, and began taking my statement, promising to thoroughly investigate the motel. As I sat in the back of the patrol car, wrapped in a scratchy, inadequate blanket and sipping lukewarm, flavorless coffee, the crushing reality of what had just transpired began to truly sink in. I was safe, for now. But the pervasive fear lingered, a cold, hard knot deep in the pit of my stomach. In the days that followed, I learned more about the manager. The police had indeed raided the motel and found undeniable evidence of his depraved crimes, hidden cameras meticulously concealed in several rooms, hours upon hours of sickening footage of unsuspecting guests. He was arrested, along with a few accomplices. It turned out to be a far larger, more organized operation than anyone had initially suspected. My wallet was recovered, mercifully intact, but the profound sense of violation, the chilling knowledge that my most intimate moments had been grotesquely captured on film, that was not so easily restored. It's been many months now, and I still have nightmares about that night. I see his unsettling face in crowded streets, jump violently at unexpected noises. I haven't been able to stay in a motel since, and even larger, supposedly safer hotels fill me with an unbearable unease. I find myself compulsively checking for cameras everywhere I go, unable to shake the insidious feeling of being perpetually watched. But I am desperately trying to move forward. I'm in therapy, meticulously working through the deep-seated trauma. I've become an ardent advocate for stricter laws against hidden cameras and for vastly improved security measures in motels and hotels. Sometimes, late at night, when sleep utterly eludes me, I think about how horrifyingly close I came to being just another nameless, faceless victim. And I am profoundly grateful. Grateful that I noticed that tiny, insidious red light. Grateful that I instinctively trusted my gut, that primal whisper of warning, and ran. Because now I know the chilling truth, the monsters aren't always lurking beneath your bed, or hiding in shadowy alleyways. Sometimes, they're standing right behind the front desk, wearing a friendly, disarming smile and extending a room key. And the only defense we have is to remain acutely alert, to unequivocally trust our gut instincts, and to never, ever ignore that small, persistent voice that whispers, "Something isn't right here." So, if you ever find yourself driving down a long, lonely highway, and you catch sight of a flickering vacancy sign, think twice before you pull over. Because you never truly know who might be watching on the other side of that sinister lens. Story 11. The sleek, gleaming facade of Meridian Towers seemed like any other upscale apartment complex, all polished chrome, expansive windows, and meticulously manicured lawns. But behind one of those pristine, unblemished doors, a darkness festered, an insidious horror I, as a mere security guard, never could have possibly imagined. When I first took this job, I foolishly believed my days would be filled with trivialities, corralling rowdy teenagers, mediating petty noise complaints. I never, ever expected to unearth a human trafficking ring so profoundly disturbing, so utterly vile, that it would shake me to my very core. I, Alex Hayes, had been working at Meridian Towers for about 6 months when the subtle shifts began. This was no ordinary residence. It was an exclusive, high-end haven where residents, cloaked in their opulent wealth, expected their every whim to be effortlessly catered to. My role was seemingly straightforward: patrol the meticulously landscaped grounds, keep a vigilant eye on the array of security cameras, and ensure the privileged residents felt an unshakable sense of security within their multi-million-dollar homes. Most nights were uneventful, a monotonous rhythm of routine. I'd make my rounds, offering polite nods to the late-night dog walkers, and then settle in for a long, quiet shift, my gaze fixed on the mesmerizing, silent glow of the security monitors. But that night, from the very moment I clocked in, something felt profoundly off. It started with Mr. Thorne, in penthouse 12A. He was typically a reclusive, almost spectral figure, keeping meticulously to himself. Yet, lately, I'd noticed a disturbing pattern. He was bringing in a constant, unsettling stream of people. At first, I idly considered he might just be exceptionally popular, hosting an endless parade of lavish parties. But the people he ushered in, they always looked nervous, their eyes darting frantically around, as if perpetually terrified of being seen, of being discovered. I was performing my usual, perfunctory check of the camera feeds when I saw Mr. Thorne again. He was leading a young woman into the opulent building. She couldn't have been a day over 20, and her face, even through the grainy lens, was a stark mask of pure terror. My gut twisted, a sickening knot forming in my stomach, as I watched them disappear into the elevator, swallowed by the luxurious confines. I desperately tried to shake it off, to rationally tell myself I was merely imagining things, conjuring specters from the depths of my own mind. But the haunting image of that girl's terrified face clung to me, a chilling, indelible imprint. I made a decision, a spontaneous deviation from my routine. I would conduct a discreet walk-by of the 12th floor, just to quiet the persistent, nagging unease in my mind. As I cautiously approached penthouse 12A, I heard muffled voices, a low, indistinct murmur, nothing immediately unusual. But then, a sound cut through the muted hum, a sound that froze the blood in my veins, what unmistakably sounded like muffled crying. My hand hovered over my radio, a silent, agonizing debate unfolding in my mind. Should I call it in? What would I even say? That I had a vague hunch? I was about to reluctantly walk away, to dismiss it as an overactive imagination, when I heard it again, a sharp, desperate scream, quickly muffled, but utterly unmistakable. My security training, honed over years of mundane drills, violently kicked in. Before I even consciously registered the decision, I was pounding on the penthouse door, my voice echoing sharply in the hushed hallway. Mr. Thorne. Security. Is everything okay in there? Silence. A terrifying, profound silence. Then, the frantic, muffled sound of hurried footsteps scrambling within. I fumbled frantically for my master key, my heart now a chaotic drum against my ribs, as I wrenched the heavy door open. The scene that assaulted my eyes froze me in my tracks, stealing the air from my lungs. The sprawling penthouse, ostensibly a symbol of luxury, was instead filled with people, men and women, some barely more than teenagers. They were huddled together, a trembling, terrified mass, looking at me with a desperate, horrifying mixture of fear and fragile, burgeoning hope. And there, in the very center of it all, stood Mr. Thorne, his usually composed face now a contorted mask of pure, unadulterated rage. "You shouldn't have come in here," he snarled, his hand reaching menacingly behind his back, a chilling gesture. I didn't wait to see what vile object he was reaching for. I slammed the door shut, the resounding thud echoing like a gunshot, and spun to run, my fingers already frantically dialing 911 on my phone, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The next few hours were a disorienting, nightmarish blur of piercing police sirens, blinding flashing lights, and endless, repetitive questions. I watched, a silent, trembling witness, as Mr. Thorne was led away in handcuffs, his face still contorted with impotent fury. I saw the victims, their faces etched with trauma and profound relief, being gently escorted out to waiting ambulances, fragile ghosts seeking solace. The full, unvarnished horror of what had been unfolding right under my nose, a festering wound hidden in plain sight, began to sink in with a crushing weight. It turned out Mr. Thorne was not merely a lone deviant. He was a crucial part of a sprawling, sophisticated human trafficking ring. They had been brazenly using the penthouse as a holding place, A terrifying way station on a horrific journey for these vulnerable, desperate people. The police, their faces grim but relieved, praised me for trusting my instincts, for acting when I did, for breaking the silence. But all I could think about, every agonizing second, was how long it had been going on, how many innocent souls had suffered, had been violated, while I patrolled the halls, utterly oblivious to the living hell concealed behind those gleaming doors. In the days that followed, the story exploded, a journalistic wildfire. News vans, a grotesque caravan of probing lenses, camped outside the complex, reporters shoving intrusive microphones into my face every time I dared to leave my apartment, their questions a relentless barrage. The other residents, their faces a complex tapestry of emotions, looked at me differently now, some with profound gratitude, their eyes filled with unspoken thanks, others with unsettling suspicion, as if silently wondering how I, a mere security guard, could have possibly allowed this monstrous evil to fester under my watch. The apartment complex's management, their reputation in tatters, went into immediate, desperate damage control. They frantically installed new, state-of-the-art security measures, ran exhaustive background checks on all existing residents and new applicants, and held a series of tense, often angry, community meetings to address the profound, unsettling concerns of their traumatized tenants. But the fragile trust, once an unwritten contract of safety, was irrevocably broken. You could feel it in the very air, a palpable tension. You could see it in the way people hurried to their cars, their heads perpetually swiveling, always looking over their shoulders. I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the haunted, terrified faces of those people huddled in Mr. Thorne's penthouse. I kept replaying every single, mundane interaction I'd ever had with him, every casual nod, every polite greeting, agonizingly wondering how I could have been so blind, how I could have missed the glaring, insidious signs. The guilt, a crushing, suffocating weight, was simply overwhelming. About a week after the arrest, as I was leaving for my shift, a woman approached me. She was small, almost fragile, with haunted, deep-set eyes that spoke eloquently of unimaginable hardship, of unspeakable suffering. I instantly recognized her as one of the people from the penthouse. "Thank you," she said, her voice barely above a whisper, a fragile, trembling sound. You saved us." I desperately wanted to tell her that I was merely doing my job, that anyone, any decent human being, would have done the same. But the words, thick with unspoken emotion, simply stuck in my throat. Instead, I just nodded, fighting back the hot, unched tears that pricked at my eyes. That brief, profound conversation was a pivotal turning point for me. I realized, with a new, fierce clarity, that while I couldn't change what had already transpired, I could, with every fiber of my being, ensure it never, ever happened again. Not on my watch. I threw myself into learning everything I possibly could about the insidious world of human trafficking. I attended countless workshops, spoke extensively to tireless experts, and even started a support group for the other security guards in the area, sharing my raw experience, my newfound knowledge. We meticulously shared tips, detailed warning signs to vigilantly look out for, and explored empathetic ways to build crucial trust with residents so they would feel safe and comfortable reporting any suspicious, unsettling activity. Meridian Towers, once a symbol of opulence and unspoken secrets, slowly transformed into a model for enhanced security in the entire region. We painstakingly implemented new, rigorous protocols, worked closely and tirelessly with local law enforcement, and ensured every single employee was meticulously trained to recognize the subtle, often hidden, signs of trafficking. Slowly, agonizingly slowly, the profound sense of safety began to return to the residents. But for me, things would never, ever be the same. Every new resident, every fleeting visitor, was now a potential threat in my hypervigilant eyes. I knew it wasn't healthy, this constant, gnawing suspicion, this ceaseless paranoia. But I simply couldn't help it. The immense weight of what I'd seen, what I'd been unknowingly complicit in, was simply too heavy to shake off, an indelible stain on my soul. Months passed, and life at Meridian Towers settled into a new, cautious normal. The news vans, those vultures of tragedy, finally left, their relentless pursuit moving on to fresher, more sensational stories. The reporters, their curiosity sated, found new narratives to chase. And most of the residents who'd moved out in the immediate, panicked aftermath of the horrifying discovery were replaced by new, unsuspecting tenants, blissfully unaware of the building's dark, unsettling history. But I never forgot. How could I? Every night, as I made my meticulous rounds, I'd pause instinctively outside penthouse 12A. It was occupied now by a young, vibrant couple, eagerly expecting their first child. They'd painted the walls in soft, welcoming hues, replaced the old, stained carpets with plush, new ones, physically erasing all tangible traces of what had happened there. But for me, the chilling echoes of those muffled cries, that desperate scream, still profoundly lingered in the silent air. One night, about a year after the incident, I was on my usual patrol when I noticed a car I didn't immediately recognize parked in the visitor's lot. Nothing inherently unusual about that. But something, a faint, insistent whisper of intuition, made me take a closer, more deliberate look. There was a man in the driver's seat, just sitting there, unnervingly still, meticulously watching the building. My heart rate picked up, a sudden, frantic drum, as I cautiously approached the car. "Everything okay, sir?" I asked, shining my powerful flashlight directly into the vehicle, its beam cutting sharply through the night. The man jumped, clearly startled, a visible tremor shaking his frame. "Oh, yes," he stammered, his voice thin and nervous. I'm waiting for someone." But his eyes, shifty and evasive, couldn't meet mine, and his hands were visibly trembling as he gripped the steering wheel, his knuckles white. It could have been nothing. He could have been telling the truth. But I wasn't taking any chances. Not again. I immediately radioed for backup, my voice calm, professional, and kept the man talking, engaging him in casual conversation, until the police arrived, their sirens a distant, growing wail. It turned out my instincts were, chillingly, right. He was indeed part of the same trafficking ring that Mr. Thorne had worked for. They'd been planning to brazenly restart operations in the building, foolishly believing the heightened security had relaxed, had become complacent. As I watched the police lead him away, his face etched with a mix of anger and defeat, I felt a complex, almost overwhelming mix of emotions. Relief, profound and consuming, that we'd caught him before he could hurt anyone else. Pride, a quiet, deep satisfaction that our new, stringent security measures had undeniably worked. But mostly, I felt a grim, unyielding determination. This wasn't over. It would never truly be over. Human trafficking isn't something that exclusively happens in far-off, distant places. to people we don't know, people who exist only on the news. It happens right here, in our own communities, in the very buildings we live in, that we walk past every single day. And the only way to fight it is to stay vigilant, to trust our instincts, and to never, ever look the other way, to pretend it doesn't exist. Every night, when I meticulously put on my uniform and clip on my badge, I vividly remember the faces of those people in Penthouse 12A. I remember the small, fragile woman who had thanked me, her eyes brimming with the pain I could never fully comprehend, a burden I could never truly share. And I make a silent, solemn promise to them, and to all the potential victims out there, not here. Not on my watch. Never again. Because now I know the chilling truth, the monsters don't always look like monsters. Sometimes, terrifyingly, they look like your quiet neighbor, the one who always pays his rent precisely on time, who offers a polite, disarming smile. And the only defense we have is to keep our eyes wide open, to listen intently to that nagging, persistent feeling when something, anything, doesn't seem quite right. And to have the profound courage to act when others might simply look away, choosing ignorance over intervention. It's a heavy responsibility, a crushing weight, but it's one I carry willingly. Because if I can save even one more person from the horrifying fate that awaited those souls in Penthouse 12A, then every sleepless night, every moment of gnawing paranoia, will have been profoundly, undeniably worth it. Story 12. The neon vacancy sign, a sickly, flickering green, promised a haven, a fleeting respite from the endless road. But what awaited me in that rundown, desolate motel was anything but empty. As I stood there, utterly paralyzed, the chilling realization slammed into me: I had unwittingly stepped into the dark, churning heart of a criminal operation that would test every fiber of my will to survive. I'd been driving for countless, grueling hours, my eyes heavy with the leaden weight of exhaustion, as I navigated the lonely, desolate highways of rural America. This cross-country road trip was supposed to be my grand adventure, a desperate pilgrimage to clear my head after the crushing blow of losing my job and the bitter sting of a long-term breakup. But 12 hours into the relentless drive, my soul ached for nothing more than the simple luxury of a hot shower and a soft, inviting bed. The motel, the Viper's Den Inn, appeared like a mirage in the desert of my profound fatigue. It wasn't much to behold: peeling paint clinging desperately to weathered wood, a parking lot that was more crater than pavement, and a general air of palpable neglect. But the vacancy sign, a beacon of improbable hope, was stubbornly lit, and at that point, utterly desperate, I would have gladly slept in a barn. I pulled into the gravel lot, the crunch of the loose stones under my tires unnaturally loud, almost deafening, in the profound stillness of the night air. The office was dimly lit, a single, weak bulb casting more oppressive shadows than illuminating light. Behind the counter stood a man who appeared as weathered and beaten as the decrepit building itself. His eyes, however, were disconcertingly sharp, unnervingly alert, studying me with an intensity that sent a prickle of unease crawling down my spine. "Need a room?" I mumbled, my voice thick with fatigue, as I fumbled blindly for my wallet. He nodded slowly, a predatory smile spreading across his face, a smile that, chillingly, never quite reached his eyes. "Of course. How long will you be staying with us?" His voice, though ostensibly polite, held an unsettling undertone. "Just for the night," I replied, forcing a weary smile. "Hitting the road early tomorrow." He handed me a key, his fingers lingering, a fraction too long, as they brushed against mine. Room 13, around back. Enjoy your stay. I suppressed a visceral shudder as I retreated to my car. Something about this place felt profoundly wrong, an unsettling dissonance that buzzed beneath the surface, a faint warning bell. But I was simply too exhausted to care, too desperate for sleep to heed the quiet alarm. Room 13 was exactly what one would expect from a cheap roadside motel. Faded wallpaper peeling at the edges, a bed that groaned ominously beneath my weight, and a bathroom that had undeniably seen better days. Yet, it was a roof over my head, a flimsy sanctuary, and in that moment of profound weariness, that was all that truly mattered. I took a quick shower, the lukewarm water never quite warm enough to truly penetrate the bone-deep chill. As I was drying off, a flicker of something caught my eye, a small, insidious red light blinking almost imperceptibly in the shadowy corner of the room. At first, I foolishly dismissed it as a smoke detector, but its placement was too low, subtly tucked behind the air vent. Curiosity, that dangerous companion, got the better of me. I moved closer, squinting in the dim, inadequate light. That's when I saw it, a tiny camera lens, almost invisible unless one knew precisely where to look. My blood ran absolutely cold. A camera. In my room. I frantically scanned the rest of the cramped space, my heart now hammering against my ribs, a frantic drum of growing terror. There, subtly concealed behind a tacky, mass-produced painting of a desert landscape, was another one. Panic, sharp and visceral, set in as the horrifying realization slammed into me, I was being watched. Every private moment, every unguarded gesture, was being meticulously captured on film. But why? And by whom? The manager. It had to be him. That unsettling look in his eyes, the way his touch had lingered, he knew. He had probably been engaged in this vile, voyeuristic game for God knows how long. I had to escape. Fast. I haphazardly threw on my clothes, my hands trembling so violently I could barely fasten the buttons, and began shoving my few belongings into my bag. Just as I was about to seize the doorknob, I heard footsteps outside my door, heavy, deliberate, ominously close. I froze, my hand hovering over the cold metal, my breath caught in my throat. The footsteps stopped. Right outside. There was a terrifying moment of absolute, suffocating silence. Then, a soft, insidious knock. Everything all right in there? It was the manager's voice, deceptively calm and friendly, yet laced with an undeniable undercurrent of something deeply sinister. I thought I heard some noise. I didn't answer. I couldn't answer. My throat had constricted, clamped shut with paralyzing fear. "I'm coming in to check," he announced, and then, with a sickening jingle, I heard the unmistakable sound of keys. Panic surged, a tidal wave threatening to drown me. I couldn't let him in. I couldn't let him discover that I had unearthed his vile, sick game. In a desperate, split-second decision, I wrenched open the window and scrambled out, not caring about the cacophony I was making now. I hit the ground running, my bag bouncing erratically against my back as if in mocking rhythm with my frantic heartbeat. I could hear shouting behind me, a guttural, enraged sound, but I didn't dare look back. I just ran, my feet pounding relentlessly against the rough asphalt as I desperately scrambled towards my car. I fumbled frantically with my keys, my hands shaking so violently I could barely fit them into the ignition. Just as the engine roared to life, a desperate, defiant cry of freedom. I caught a glimpse of him in my rear-view mirror, the manager, his face contorted with a terrifying mask of rage, sprinting towards me. I slammed on the gas pedal, peeling out of the gravel parking lot in a chaotic spray of stones. In my mirror, I could still see him, a menacing silhouette, standing there, watching me speed away. Even from that distance, I could feel the oppressive weight of his unyielding stare. I drove for hours, a blur of panicked flight, not daring to stop, flinching violently at every set of headlights that appeared in my rear-view mirror. My mind raced, a chaotic whirlwind of terrified questions. How long had he been doing this? How many other unsuspecting travelers had fallen victim to his perverted voyeurism? It wasn't until I saw the welcoming lights of a small town shimmering in the distance that I finally allowed myself to slow down, my hands still shaking uncontrollably as I pulled into a brightly lit gas station. I knew I needed to call the police, to report the horrifying ordeal. But as I reached for my phone, a new, utterly horrifying thought struck me: my wallet. In my blind panic to escape, I had left it in the motel room. A wave of nauseating dread washed over me, my ID, my credit cards, everything. It was all back there. With him. He knew my name. My address. The thought made me physically ill, a visceral churn in my stomach. I sat there, paralyzed by a terrifying cocktail of fear and indecision. Should I go back? The very idea made my skin crawl, a sickening revulsion. But could I simply abandon it, leave him with all that incriminating information about me? Before I could make a decision, a pair of headlights cut through the darkness, pulling into the gas station. It was an old pickup truck, unremarkable in every way. But as it parked next to my car, I saw who was behind the wheel. The manager. Our eyes met across the dim, artificial light of the gas station, and in that horrifying moment, I knew with chilling certainty that this wasn't over. He had followed me. He wasn't going to let me go that easily. I threw my car into drive, not even bothering to properly close my door. I tore out of the gas station, tires screaming a desperate protest, a frantic blur of speed. In my rear-view mirror, I saw his truck pull out, relentlessly pursuing me. What followed was the most terrifying drive of my entire life. The lonely highway stretched out before me, dark and foreboding. The manager's truck stayed relentlessly on my tail, a menacing predator, no matter how fast I drove or how many desperate turns I took. I tried frantically to call 911, but my hands were shaking so violently I could barely hold the phone, and out here, in the isolated middle of nowhere, my signal kept mercilessly dropping. I was utterly alone. Hours passed, or perhaps it was only minutes. Time lost all meaning as I focused solely on staying ahead, on not letting him catch me. My gas gauge was dropping dangerously low, a stark reminder that I couldn't sustain this desperate flight for much longer. Just when I thought all hope was truly lost, I saw it, a state trooper's vehicle, a beacon of improbable salvation, parked on the side of the road ahead. I have never, in my entire life, been so overwhelmingly relieved to see a police officer. I screeched to a halt next to the patrol car, tumbling out of my vehicle even before it had come to a complete stop. The trooper, a stern but alert figure, was out of his car in an instant, his hand instinctively on his weapon. "Please," I gasped, my voice raw and broken, pointing frantically back down the road. "He's after me. The motel manager. He's been following me for miles." But when we looked, The long stretch of road behind me was utterly empty. The manager's truck was nowhere to be seen, vanished as if into thin air. The trooper looked at me skeptically, his gaze assessing. But as I poured out my unbelievable story, the hidden cameras, the terrifying chase, his expression slowly shifted to one of genuine concern. He radioed for backup, his voice calm and professional, and began taking my statement, promising to thoroughly investigate the motel. As I sat in the back of the patrol car, wrapped in a scratchy, inadequate blanket and sipping lukewarm, flavorless coffee, the crushing reality of what had just transpired began to truly sink in. I was safe, for now. But the pervasive fear lingered, a cold, hard knot deep in the pit of my stomach. In the days that followed, I learned more about the manager. The police had indeed raided the motel and found undeniable evidence of his depraved crimes, hidden cameras meticulously concealed in several rooms, hours upon hours of sickening footage of unsuspecting guests. He was arrested, along with a few accomplices. It turned out to be a far larger, more organized operation than anyone had initially suspected. My wallet was recovered, mercifully intact, but the profound sense of violation, the chilling knowledge that my most intimate moments had been grotesquely captured on film, that was not so easily restored. It's been many months now, and I still have nightmares about that night. I see his unsettling face in crowded streets, jump violently at unexpected noises. I haven't been able to stay in a motel since, and even larger, supposedly safer hotels fill me with an unbearable unease. I find myself compulsively checking for cameras everywhere I go, unable to shake the insidious feeling of being perpetually watched. But I am desperately trying to move forward. I'm in therapy, meticulously working through the deep-seated trauma. I've become an ardent advocate for stricter laws against hidden cameras and for vastly improved security measures in motels and hotels. Sometimes, late at night, when sleep utterly eludes me, I think about how horrifyingly close I came to being just another nameless, faceless victim. And I am profoundly grateful. Grateful that I noticed that tiny, insidious red light. Grateful that I instinctively trusted my gut, that primal whisper of warning, and ran. Because now I know the chilling truth, the monsters aren't always lurking beneath your bed, or hiding in shadowy alleyways. Sometimes, they're standing right behind the front desk, wearing a friendly, disarming smile and extending a room key. And the only defense we have is to remain acutely alert, to unequivocally trust our gut instincts, and to never, ever ignore that small, persistent voice that whispers, "Something isn't right here." So, if you ever find yourself driving down a long, lonely highway, and you catch sight of a flickering vacancy sign, think twice before you pull over. Because you never truly know who might be watching on the other side of that sinister lens.